It's now 9 a.m., so we'll kickstart with the second day of the TSI Open Days here in Warsaw. So first of all, welcome back to the ones that were with us yesterday on day one. And for those of you that are joining us today for the first time, a warm welcome to Warsaw and to these TSI Open workshops. And today, we will be covering some aspects of the fourth railway package. So my colleague will be talking about modification of existing vehicles, which has been quite a topic, and you will probably find your answers during the presentation today. If I can just ask for a bit of silence in the room. Thank you so much. We'll then proceed with entities in charge of maintenance, and an overview of maintenance on railway with my colleague Nathalie and Nicola. And after the coffee break, we will move and talk a little bit about the CCS TSI and the RTMS overall. Just a quick few notes for you. The agency is organizing the European Rail Safety Days on October the 1st and the 2nd, and that will be here in Poland at the Holiday Inn Krakow in city center. Also, if you could all sign, and I believe most of you did, it's important that you sign in and register so that you can get your certificates of attendance if you wish to. And more importantly, please a quick reminder to give us your feedback. So there is QR codes out there, and my colleagues are there as well, promoting some feedback so that we know if we are doing a good job and if we are taking the message clear across the board. So please provide that feedback to us. And as yesterday, so the floor will be open for questions. It's important that you tell us what you think and what you feel. And there will be a moment to ask questions at any time. So without further ado, I will give the floor to my colleague Nordim, which will continue with the presentation about modification of existing vehicles.
Good morning, all. So I will try to answer all the questions, and because I don't have the joker to say it's inside the next presentation. So now we will finish around, we have 45 minutes, and then I will give you 15 minutes of questions. We will go through several topics, like one as it is in the agenda on new authorization, requirements capture, extension of area of use, registers for vehicle authorization. So, as I explained yesterday, in the vehicle authorization, there is different case of authorization, and one of them is relating to a new authorization that applies when there is modification introduced into a type or a vehicle that will require authorization. What are the criteria? These criteria are defined in Article 21 of the Interoperability Directive. Mainly, a new authorization is required when you may adversely impact the safety with the modification, or the TSI require that the modification you intend to perform will go through a new authorization. In relation to the Article 21 of the Interoperability Directive, we have in the regulation on vehicle authorization the requirements asking to the entity managing the change to categorize the change he intends to perform. So it is covered by Article 15, and this categorization, we have 4 paragraphs. Depending on the categorization, either you simply update your technical file, or you will have to go to a new authorization when you trigger a situation under the Article 15.1d. So if your modification impacts the safety or it is required by the TSI, you have to go to a new authorization. There is also a case called covered by Article 15.1c, that is a modifications you may perform into the vehicle that will impact what we call the basic design characteristic of a vehicle, but the impact is under a threshold that do not require you to go through a new authorization, but you will have to create a new version. Yesterday, with the pictures, we saw that we have 3 categories. We have a type that is the original vehicle, and modification you will introduce to this vehicle type or vehicle may create a version or a variant, or nothing. A versions, what you need to understand, do not require a new authorization. A variant will require a new authorization. What is the difference between? We have inside the TSIs what we call the basic design characteristic of the vehicle. So if you go to the TSI Lock and Pass, TSI VAG, and TSI CCS, there are specific tables there with some characteristics like, for example, the vehicle gauge, the tensions, the axle loads. So if you impact, your modification impact one of these parameters, the table allow you to know if it will require a new authorization, so Article 15.1d, or if it is simply a version or nothing. Of course, as entity in charge of the modifications, you have the duty to do this exercise of categorization. The case here is an example of modifications covered by the TSI Lock and Pass. Especially, we thought it is important to highlight this point. It relates to what you do, what are the provisions when you modify an existing rolling stock that is not specifically TSI compliant. The large majority of vehicles in operation today were placed in service in the 80s, 90s. They were not TSI compliant. So we have specific provision. The spirit is the following: any modification introduced to the rolling stock shall comply with the TSI. And of course, when you do the modification, you contemplate only the change and the impacted functions. For existing rolling stock, we have specific provisions where we indicate in the clause 712 that the modification you are performing, you need to demonstrate the compliance with the TSI rules. And in case you are not fully compliant, you need to demonstrate that you go to the directions of the performance required by the TSI. In a nutshell, an example is better than all the text here. Imagine you have an existing passenger trains or an existing locomotive, and you want to improve the crash safety. If your existing rolling stock was not designed against the TSI, and you want to add additional absorber of energy in front of the cab, such modifications, if you have to comply with the TSI, is a big modification, because generally you do not only have to have a look to the structure of the cab, of the driver cab, but also the car body structure of the rest of the vehicles, etc. So the full compliance with the TSI is almost impossible. But as we want to always improve the safety when we do modification, the fact that you add additional absorbers is always better than having nothing. So in that situation, the applicants will install the absorber of energy, do all the calculation necessary. You will not be able to demonstrate the full conformity with the TSI, but within the justifications and the explanations, it will provide to the notified body that should consider such aspect. So the idea behind this clause is that we do not want to block any modification to existing rolling stock by mandating a full compliance with the TSI. So the applicant needs to justify and document all that aspect. Now we go to another case of authorization that was subject to 2 or 3 questions yesterday, is the case of extension of area of use. The case of extension of area of use is covered by the regulation, is when you have two cases of extension of area of use. You have extension of area of use of an existing vehicle from one member state to another. You have your vehicle in operation in Czech Republic and they want to extend its area of use to Poland. And you have also extension of area of use within one member state. If the member state has 2 or 3 networks, you may have also extension of area of use from one network to the other. So what means extension of area of use in the regulation is you have an existing vehicle and you just want to add an additional member state without introducing any modification to the vehicle. If for extending the area of use, you need to modify the vehicle by adding, for example, additional class B or additional tension, the authorization case will be a mixture of new authorization for the modified part and extension of area of use. The spirit of extension of area of use is, again, we are always in authorization checking the delta. If you have a vehicle already authorized in one member state in operation and you want to extend its area of use, the scope of evaluation is limited to the technical compatibility between the vehicle and the networks of the new area of use. All the rest that was already checked in the original authorization should not be checked again. Of course, if the extension of area of use is not within one member state, but will at the end result by adding additional member state, as we explained yesterday, the authorizing entity is the agency. If the extension of area of use is still within one member state, the entity of authorization can be the National Safety Authority or the agency. Here, I think with these slides, I will answer the questions raised yesterday. So I gave here the extract of the clause 714 of the TSI Lock and Pass that explain what an applicant is supposed to perform, notified bodies are supposed to perform, conformity assessment bodies are supposed to perform in regards to extending the area of use of an existing rolling stock. In 2020, we had a revision of the TSIs, Lock and Pass, Wagon, and CCS, to add specific provision to cover the situation of existing rolling stock that want to extend their area of use. Before that, the spirit, the TSI Lock and Pass was saying that if you want to extend the area of use of an existing rolling stock, you need to demonstrate full compliance with the TSI, which was in a way blocking completely the market, because if you have an old locomotive, you want to make it fully compliant with the TSI, there is no, the cost, the technical possibilities is so complex. So on that basis, there was some discussions within, with the commissions, the member states, and we results into specific provision in the TSI Lock and Pass, Wagon, and CCS. What you need to take into consideration that if you have an existing rolling stock and you want to extend its area of use, there are the first criteria to be checked is that the vehicle has been authorized or was in operation. And another aspect really important to consider is that the vehicle shall be already registered and the applicant shall demonstrate that the vehicle was maintained correctly, because we don't want to have situation of existing coach that are parked during years and years not maintained, and suddenly there is extension of area of use and we don't know what is the state of running of this type of coach to be authorized. The existing clause 714 applies to rolling stock that are not compliant with the TSI Lock and Pass Amendment 2020. So if you have a new design in accordance with the TSI Amendment 2020, you are not concerned by the clause. Really, the clause applies to existing rolling stock. So what is behind the the clause in terms of technical requirements. As we are talking about existing rolling stock, the fact that we are asking them to demonstrate conformity based on TSI makes this almost impossible. So we introduce in the TSI some flexibility. The spirit, as I said before, is that the applicant needs to demonstrate the technical compatibility with the new area of use. So we have identified within the TSI what are the technical compatibility parameters to be checked. As I said, they are related to the track gauge, the vehicle gauge, the tensions, the ATP, the radio, system installed, everything in relation to the technical compatibility with energy, infrastructure, and CCS trackside. So the applicants know exactly what is the list of parameters you need to demonstrate the conformity. And we give flexibility where we let the applicant deciding the rules he will apply for demonstrating the compliance. Sorry. He can use the TSI in force for the related parameter. He can use a previous TSI version or use alternative specification. An example with that, or compare to network. A simple example is you have a vehicle that that has a gauge G1, for example, a reference profile G1. It was authorized in France in the 80s, and at that time, the demonstration of conformity was based on UIC leaflet, the UIC 505. So all the calculations were performed against that. Now, the applicants want to extend this area of use of this vehicle to Belgium. The gauge will not change, it's still G1. And the applicant could start to demonstrate the compliance of the reference profile declared, G1, by using the latest EN standard called by the TSI. In a way, there is physically, there is no change and no sense to do such additional demonstrations to demonstrate that, yes, it's G1. So what the applicant has to do, he will say, my profile is G1. I don't apply the TSI latest EN standard called by the TSI. Instead, I have applied the UIC 505. At the time, I have authorized my vehicle. The reference profile I can find in France is similar to what I can find in Belgium. So he will use the two latest alternative way of demonstration, what we call alternative specification and equivalence of the network. So there are some technical parameters like the one I have given, or even running dynamics. If you have performed the test and the compliance based on the UIC 518 or any national standards at the time you have placed on the market your vehicle, you can use such type of demonstration. Again, we let the applicant deciding the way he wants to demonstrate. On top of the technical compatibility parameter, we always also require that the applicant need to demonstrate the compliance with the specific case of the new area of use. The specific case of the area of use are, for the large majority, related to technical compatibility with the existing network. This is what I have explained yesterday. And on top of that, we still have to demonstrate the compliance with the national rules that apply in addition to the TSI. When applicant will use TSI as means of demonstration, it will involve a notified body. For the national rules, there is a designated body. For the alternative demonstration that are use of alternative specification or equivalence of network, it's not a NOBO that is involved, but a risk assessment body, where the applicant needs to justify the equivalence of demonstration by using an alternative specification. And the fact that he is using an alternative specification should give the same effect as if we would have applied the TSI. The technical files compiled by the applicant that accompany the EC declaration of verification will contain a set of elements. If he has involved the notified body, you will have the certificate and the technical file of the notified body for the parameters where the notified body was involved. If there is no involvement of the notified body, which is possible, you will have then the, if applicant has used only alternative specification for demonstration, it will have to involve an assessment, a risk assessment body. What we require to the risk assessment body is particular. We require to the risk assessment body to check parameters by parameters that the demonstrations provided by the applicants give the compliance with technical compatibility. We don't require to the risk assessment body to do only a process assessment like it is used to be done when assessing the CSM array. Of course, the compliance with the point 714 is the full responsibility of the applicant. If there is involvement of notified body partially or no involvement, we don't require in the TSI that there is an additional notified body that will check the different demonstrations coming from the ASBO, DEBO, etc. It's really important because we had situations where some NOBOs were challenging the applicant because it is drafted in the TSI. They thought that they need to be also involved. No, is the applicant responsible on that? Someone could question why we have this provision inside the lock and pass, because it's a lot of things about vehicle authorization, but it was done like this. It was more easy to clarify the case of extending area of use inside the TSIs than going to a complete new revision of the regulation on vehicle authorization. I hope I have answered the questions of yesterday on that matter. If not,
Hello, good morning. I'll come to you. So if you could just say your name, because we have different people today, and your function.
Good morning, Jan Szudecki to Rhineland. I want to ask about this point 714 in TSI lock and pass, or in particular, similar point in TSI VAG, because there may be a situation when I demonstrate the equivalence of the requirements or of the network using, with involvement of an ASBO, but I don't involve an OBO. That's possible according to this clause. And it may also as well happen that I won't need a DEBO because there will be no national rules for, maybe that's more probable in case of freight wagons than vehicles covered by TSI lock and pass, but there is such a situation. So I won't have any certificate, neither DEBO nor NOBO. And how am I to issue an EC declaration without a certificate? Only on basis of ASBO assessment is this possible?
It's a very good question. And the answer is also, I want to say, straightforward. The TSIs in the clause 714, it is clearly required to applicants to draft an EC declaration of verification, always. And it gives the possibility to applicants to use the different flexibility group of rules he want to apply. So if, on the example you were given on freight wagon, if in the strategy of authorization there is no involvement of NOBO, neither any national rules, and you have only the use of alternative specification and equivalence of network, the applicants will draft this EC declaration of verification, and he will refer to the ASBO assessment file, even if there is no certificate. Because here we have we have given a new role to the ASBO that was not existing in the past, and there was a lot of discussion around that. We were thinking when we developed this possibility to use alternative specification and equivalent network, we were thinking to give this task to the NOBO. But alternative specification and equivalent network are not TSI, so it was not possible, and giving that to the DEBO is not possible because it's not national rule. So we were in between of two assessment bodies. But frankly speaking, we are, with the return of experience we have with extension of area of use, we are again thinking about maybe giving this task not to the ASBO, but maybe to a notified body. So today, as it is in the TSI, for the example you were given, the applicant draft the C declaration of verifications and will refer to only the ASBO report, to the interop directive, and to the clause 714.
That's good news, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. There's one more question here. Please, the name and the function.
Damian Niemczuk, OTM manufacturer's representative. So, can you clarify that we can only use this 714 provision for vehicles authorized before current interoperability directive?
Alors, for vehicle in the scope of lock and pass TSI, you have the clause 714. For freight wagon, you have the clause 7224 of the TSI VAG. And if you have also some ERTMS on board, you have specific provision in the TSI CCS. Having said that, when you read the TSI lock and pass, and I invite you also to have a look to the application guide, we have here the first paragraph that indicates on which case you apply this clause. And it's not, as you can see, it's and not or. So the first criteria is, does the rolling stock has been authorized against the Fortran package? Yes, no. Does the vehicle comply with the TSI in force, which was TSI lock and pass 2014 PRM noise up to amendment 2019? So if you have an existing passenger trains that was authorized, for example, with the TSI lock and pass 2011, PRM 2008, SRT 2008, TSI noise 2006, you fall also in the scope of this 714. And the last criteria, as I said before, is you need to have a valid registrations and evidence of the maintenance of the file. So let's take the case of the passenger trains that was authorized with the TSI lock and pass 2011 or on high-speed trains with the TSI 2008. In this situation, for you as applicant, the means of demonstration for the extension of area of use will be more easy because, as you can see here, we allow the applicants to use the previous TSI. So for a lot of technical compatibility parameters already covered by the TSI 2011, you will say in your demonstration, for running dynamics, I have not used the UIC, but I am compliant with the clause XY of the TSI 2011. The rail inclinations between the original member state and the new one is similar. The wheel profile is S1002, etc. So you have a lot of already existing evidence. So it also applies to vehicles that are not compliant with TSI up to Amendment 2019. If you comply with TSI Amendment 2020 and above, you are not concerned by this clause. When you do the extension of area of use, you already apply the TSI, and you will apply the national rules in addition to the TSI. If we have a case of an existing rolling stock that is not TSI compliant, was never designed against the TSI, and was in operation since 25 years, in that situation, generally, applicants is using the specification used at the time, at the first time where the the vehicle was placed in service. In some situations, the applicants do not know at all what was the specification used. But this is why we also allow to give the use of alternative networks. I mean, if you take, for example, the Baltic states, there are 3 member states, so it's extension of area of use, but globally, their different networks are almost the same. This is why we also allow to say, look, my track gauge, my train detection system, my Class B. If I take the example of the Class B, it's the good one for the Baltic states. The Class B in the 3 member states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, is exactly the same. The only thing that is changed is the name that was given later by the different entity.
Okay, thank you. Second question, what if vehicle has been authorized against previous directive 2004, for example, and then modified, and there will be a new authorization according to new directive? Can I use this clause or not?
Can you repeat the last sentence?
Can I use this clause if vehicle was modified and the new authorization is according to a new directive?
Alors, for the modification, as we explained before, you have an existing vehicle that is in operation, was authorized with the previous directive, or even not authorized, because in the past there was no concept of authorization. Each railway undertaking was doing its test alone and operating. So if you do a modification to this vehicle, you need to categorize the modification to see if you need an authorization or not. And for existing rolling stock, you go to application of the clause 712 of Lock and Pass TSI, if it's a rolling stock in the scope of Lock and Pass TSI. So the modification has to comply with the TSI in force, Lock and Pass, noise, PRM, for the parameters affected by the change. And there, we give some flexibility in the case where the applicant is not able to demonstrate a full compliance with the TSI requirement. As soon as you show that your modification will go in the performance required by the TSI, you have to document all that, it's okay.
Okay, so it was not really answer to my question, because I answered, if I have authorized vehicle complying with clause 714, but in the meantime, I modified it and I renew the authorization, can I use this clause 714?
Okay, so on your example, you have a locomotive, for example, that was in operation in Czech Republic. You extend its area of use to Poland. Now you have an extension. You have an area of use that is Czech Republic and Poland. When you have done the extension of area of use, you have applied the clause 714, and now you do modification. So if you do a modification, again, you have a look to the categorization of your modification, and if your modification impact require a new authorization, you have to apply a new authorization. The 714 is related to extension of area of use. So here, if your vehicle has today Czech Republic, Poland, and you want to add an additional member state, you will go to 714. If it's not the case, but just modification, you apply the rules about modification.
Okay, I believe one last question. If I have a self-propelled vehicle authorized against national rules somewhere, and I want to extend area of use of Poland, for example, so I cannot change anything or modify the type. So I cannot use Class B devices already installed there. So can I extend area of use, self-propelled machine authorized there, as a hold machine here?
Yes.
So to not modify anything on the design.
The regulations allow all the situations you are describing. I was given before the case of new authorization and also the case of extension of area of use. So extension of area of use, as I said before, means you don't modify anything. Generally, this works when you already anticipate since the beginning the final area of use of your vehicle. But if you want to extend the area of use with the example you were given, and for ensuring the technical compatibility with the new member state you need to modify, your authorization case will be an authorization case called extension of area of use and new authorization. And you can introduce in one-stop shop such type of application, because you will demonstrate the conformity in regards to the changes, but also the conformity for the technical compatibility with the new area of use for extension of area of use.
So if I don't want to change anything on my vehicle, so I don't want to install Class B devices of a new area of use, it cannot be done like on the country on origin. It can be self-propelled, and extended area of use in a country that I want to apply this rule, there will be a hold vehicle. The same vehicle will be self-propelled in one country and hold in another.
You are talking about on-track machine here?
Yes.
Okay. So for the on-track machine, today in the member state A, it's self-propelled, and you want to extend its area of use to member state B without being obliged to install a TCS or Class B. No problem. You will not be able to operate in the member state B as self-propelled, but just old. So when you do the demonstrations of the technical compatibility, you will go through the 714 clauses, technical compatibility parameter, but also to the CCS technical compatibility parameters defined in the TSI CCS. And for the area about ATP, you will say not applicable because I will be old. And in the authorization we will deliver, it will say in the conditions of use, this vehicle is not allowed to be self-propelled in the new member state.
Okay. So last question, really last. What will be an output from ASBO if I use alternative specifications? Do I have to do a safety report as I have to do for the first type authorization, or this will be only assessment of alternative specifications?
I will answer, but I invite you to read carefully the TSI Lock and Pass application guide, because we have clarified this question, and we had even a discussion with the CSM, the risk assessment bodies, with ERA to explain them what we are expecting from them. What you need to understand is the level of assessment we are expecting should be similar to what a notified body is doing or a designated body is doing. If you have used the alternative specification for 10 basic parameters, you need to justify and document that your demonstration will give the same effect as if you would have applied the TSI. In a way, you demonstrate that you are technically compatible, and the assessment body need to have a look to all your justifications, clause by clause, and confirm that the demonstrations you set up is correct. And he will deliver you an ASBO report that generally the applicants, when he's applying the alternative specifications, is also using the Annex 1 of CSM RA regulation that give you the possibility to use code of practice. So in a way here you are using code of practice, and the ASBO will check, of course, your risk assessment process, but it's an addition. The add-on we are asking here is not only checking the process, but having a look to clause by clause. And honestly, The first case of authorization we received when applicants were using extension of area of use provision, it was a mess. Almost all of them were rejected because the ASBO was just having a global overall look of that, saying, yes, it looks like good, and it's not what we expect. We really expect similar work like NOBO is doing. It's okay or it's not okay on a rule by parameter by parameter.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Any additional questions? Yes.
Ksenia Michalska, Skoda Group Austria. Is it any chance or possibility to the vehicles which has been previously certified, authorized, but really old vehicles, and now we are retrofitting them? But the case is that for the unchanged parts, we have no full scope of the documents, for example, because there are really old vehicles and we really have no full the documents available. Is it any chance, or is it enough that the original owner of the vehicle will say that, okay, we were complying in this time with this one regulations, and it would be enough for us as we are now only retrofitting it, and then we'll reproduce the, show the, for example, installed or unchanged parts?
I'm sorry with the answer I will give you, but when the entity managing the change shall contemplate the direct functions, system components impacted by the change, and the ones that are the other functions that play a role. So if your modification and you have to retrofit impacts even on your retrofit some area related to the modification, you need to have the documentation. I give you, I was applicant before joining agency, and we were working on RER in Paris. And at that time, Sarkozy said, look, in 2 years, we will have a new RER in Paris. And all the sales manager, I don't know if there is any sales manager here, said, yes, no problem. And then we discovered that for some functions that we said we will exactly duplicate what was in the FADER, in the original vehicle that was in operation since 10 years. And suddenly we discovered that some documents were not available, or no one was able to find them, and we had to redo them. You need to draw, if you have an issue for retrofitting and you need to understand some functions to buy some equipments or etc., and you don't have it, I'm sorry, you need to, of course, I'm talking about things that are impacted by the change. Huh?
Okay, showstopper. Thanks a lot.
I think it was very clear. Yeah, one more question.
Sverre Christensen, Bane Service Norway. We have 7 OTMs of a type. We did modifications to 5 of them, like 10 years ago, and now we want to do the modification on the 2 last ones. Do we need then to provide the full scope of modification to a DBO and an ASBO, or can we use the authorization from the NSAs from that time? Also for the new modified vehicles.
I understand that you introduced some modification 10 years ago to a fleet of 10, for example, on-track machine. You modify only 7 of them, and you left the 3 alone, and now you want to put this modification to the 3 ones. It's a good case. Alors, look, again, with the regulation as of today, the one who has to contemplate the modification is the entity managing the change. That can be the type holder, owner of the authorization, or the user. I didn't go to that in the slides, but if you are not the type vehicle holder, you have to notify the change you want to do to the National Safety Authority or to the agency. because you are covered now by the latest regulation that require you that maybe 6 years before, you don't need to notify anything. Even as I explained yesterday, before the fourth package, it was generally the National Safety Authority deciding if you need an authorization. With the fourth package, it's the entity managing the change that do the categorization and decide alone, based on criteria. Having said that, you need to see the modification you want to introduce, and if you are still be able to use the previous authorization, because if you apply the regulation as it is today, the modification should be compliant with the TSI as far as possible. Here we are talking about on-track machine, so normally you are still be able to keep the national rules. You have the existing authorization. Normally your case should be facilitated, but you need to do some homework in regards to the existing regulation, because at the end of this process you will have to do a conformity to type for the 3 modified vehicle. And what can happen, knowing that very well as I was in the industry in the past, in 10 years, I'm pretty sure that they are still in the same family, but maybe the baseline, the functional baseline of the 7 modified are a little bit different to the 3 old one. So maybe you have introduced already some other modifications to the 7 things that you never duplicate to the 3 others. So you need to have also the checks on the configurations, and possibly the 3 vehicles that need to be modified to comply with the other family may require authorization. But it's a particular situation that needs to be shared more in the details, but I give you a general answer today.
Thanks, Nordin. I invite you to proceed with your presentations to keep the timing.
The next slide, I will go a little bit fast because it's general aspect on supporting authorization. One point that was discussed yesterday is about requirements capture. As explained yesterday, we require via the regulation that the applicant need to demonstrate that the vehicle is fully compliant with essential requirements. So it's not a novelty in terms of engineering and design. You need to identify, assign the requirements to the function, the subsystem, verify and validate them. Of course, all the requirements you capture within this process, covering the complete V-cycle, shall ensure that your subsystem comply with essential requirements defined in the directive. You have ensured the technical compatibility of the subsystems, the technical compatibility of the vehicle with the area of use, and the safe integration. What are the rules? When you do this exercise, the rules you are focusing on will cover 2 main types of rules. The legal one, mandatory ones that are called by the TSIs, the national rules. You need to comply with them. But generally, to comply with essential requirements, the TSIs and the national rules do not cover everything. As we discussed yesterday, there are other requirements, essential requirements to be covered coming from other directives. Pressure vessel directives. If you have pressure vessel equipment in your vehicle, you impact the safety, you need to consider also that. Exhaust gas emission, you need to consider for your diesel locomotive. The regulation, if you have electromagnetic compatibility interference, you have also to consider such type of rules inside the design of your vehicle. And sometimes, on top of that, we may have even, as applicants, you may have even to consider some specific know-how of the company. So, of course, the majority of the rules you will consider comes from the legislation, but there is an add-on where you need to also take on board such type of requirements that are not mandated by the rules, like any national standard, a know-how, guidance of the company. This will always depend on the project you are designing. So the requirements capture role, I will go a little bit fast here. The one who is responsible of performing it is the applicant. For the essential requirement safety, we mandate in the regulation the application of CSM array. For the other essential requirements, the applicant can use the CSM array as methodology or any other one. If he's using CSM array, he will have to involve an assessment body, a risk assessment body, that will have to check the complete process. Here, it's not an exhaustive checks like what we are doing, what is done with a notified body assessment. So you will have a look to the complete V cycle of your project, and by sampling, ensure that it is correctly applied. So what the authorizing entity is doing, we will check whether the applicants, the risk assessment body worked correctly. We have a look to the completeness, evidences, checks what was done by the ASBO and the applicant. We don't go into the full details of what was done, and we always can challenge any result of the report. If the applicant decided not to use CSM array for other essential requirements, the authorizing entity, ERA or NSA, will act like an ASBO, because we will ask all the methodology used by the applicant, all the demonstration, all the tools to have a look if the process covers correctly the complete requirements capture. Up to now, we never had any application where an applicant used something else than CSM array. They always came with an ASBO report accompanying the requirements capture. Other supporting tools important for vehicle authorization. Here we will talk about the different registers we have. Yesterday we touched a little bit about national rules. So the national rules today, they are registered in what we call the reference document database. So it contains all the national rules and national means of compliance. It's publicly accessible, so there you have you can easily extract the rules of any member states with specific report. And this database RDD will soon be replaced by the single rule database that is already used for national safety rules and for fixed installation national rules. Another register that is important to consider for vehicle authorization is the registers of vehicle type authorization, RATV. So it's in operation since 2013. So it contains all type authorized, all vehicle type authorized. It's also publicly accessible. A fundamental message I want to give is that the applicant is responsible of the integrity of the data is providing. If the vehicle as authorized, as certified, is a vehicle designed for a speed 160 kilometers per hour with 25 kilovolt, G1, gabarit, gauge, etc. It should not come to RATV indicating that in fact the speed is not 160 but 200 kilometers per hour. The tension on top of 25 kilovolt, there is 15 kilovolt, etc. So it's a fundamental information RATV, because it's then used for other purpose. So the one responsible for the integrity and the right quality of the data provided is the applicant. I'm insisting on that because my colleagues doing authorization can confirm in between 70 and 100% of the case, the first RATV proposal given by the applicant contains errors. Errors because they didn't check correctly, they put things wrong, they missed some conditions for use. We don't know if it's on purpose or not, but voilà, it's an important message. The applicant is responsible of the integrity of the data. And of course, the authorizing entity checks that when we do the assessment of the application. We have another important database that is called ERADIS, Database on Interoperability and Safety. Again, this ERATV and the ERADIS are databases that are existing already in the previous directive. They were not newly introduced with the fourth package. So ERADIS shall contain the EC declaration of verifications from the applicants and also the NOBO certificates. We say that the DEBO can use also this database to also complete their national certificates. Another useful tool for applicants and RU is the registers of infrastructure, RINF. The RINF aims to provide the technical characteristics of the lines in all EU member states. Even if you can see in the map that it looks like very well completed, we are still completing it. And for vehicle authorization, it is not a database that is directly used except if it is called by the TSI or national rules. For example, in the TSI, we have rules on the material of the contact strip that is with the pantograph, where we clearly indicate we give some materials to be used, and we also to use something else as soon as it is allowed by the Register of Infrastructure. So RINF is an important tool also for applicants when they want to know about the technical characteristic of an area of use where they want to authorize. Another tool that is not directly used in vehicle authorization, that is the National Vehicle Register. We may use them when we do assessment. For example, I said before on extension of area of use that one of the criteria to be checked is that the vehicle has a valid registration. So in that case, as authorizing entity, we go to the database and we have a look to it. We had cases where some applicants tried to ask for authorization, and when going to the NVR, we noticed that the vehicle was with an invalid registration and sometimes with revoked authorization, and then we start to question, and generally the authorization is stopped, and the applicants need to come back later. So the vehicle registers contains all the vehicles in operation in EU. Today, each member state has their national vehicle registers. There is a tool that aims to connect all of them. So to avoid the question I may receive in 1 minute, yes, when you go to a CVVR, sometimes you have some member states, NVR of some member states, not always connected. So and you try to know what is the information about this the vehicle you are looking for, and you don't find because NVR is not connected. We are working with the concerned member states to improve the situations, and there is also a requirement in the directive to have an European vehicle registers in the future.
So thank you so much, Nordine. In order to keep the time, I will take one very quick question. There's one question there from...
Thank you, Joe. So these are questions from the chat.
Okay, I was afraid that my colleague will start to question me.
No. They are not from me. They are from the chat. So the first one is coming from Adam. So Adam has to modifications according to Article 15(1)b of already authorized vehicles compliant to the Lock and Pass 2019. Okay, and does the change has to be assessed according to the TSI Lock and Pass 2023?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, it's an easy question, easy answer.
That's an easy question, yes. Easy answer. And another one from Rebelia, having locomotives that run in Poland and Germany and wants to replace a GSMR from a certain manufacturer, so I guess for another manufacturer. Do I need to change the type?
I start answering, and David, you can correct me if I'm saying something wrong. On that situation, they may impact the basic design characteristics defined in the CCS TSIs about the GSMR. So they need to have a look to the basic design characteristic in the TSI CCS, and they will be able to say if it is a kind of maintenance activity, like you come from one supplier to another, that, like when you change a wheel, or if it is, I change the supplier from A to supplier B, but I also add additional functions, or the integration is not exactly the same, so I need to modify a little bit the rolling stock and the CCS, and also the connection with the TCS. So maybe their case may require a new authorization.
Okay, there are some more questions. I think we will be here all day if we start answering all these questions. There is this question online: how to carry out the? I don't understand the. Can you read this, or I think it's easier.
I read pollinization.
The pollinization modification process involving the retrofitting of a vehicle with a GSMR cab radio. Is it necessary to EVN since the change manager is not the authorization holder?
I propose that we take these questions around CCS for the CCS presentation.
There you go, David. I've just delivered you a nice...
But as a generic answer, we have in the regulation distinctions between if you are the authorization holder or not. Mm-hmm. If you are not the authorization holder, if you want to do some modification, the modifications, you will have to categorize them, and you have to notify what you want to do to the authorizing entity. And then the authorizing entity, in accordance with Article 16 of the regulation, has some months, 4 months, to react, to indicate your categorization is okay, or your categorization is not okay, and you have to go to a new authorization.
Okay. Thank you so much. I will... One question to the register. It needs to be a very quick one. Okay, go for it.
Okay, the RINF database. It is subdividing the network into operating points and lines. But it is defining the characteristic for a complete operating point or a complete line. Assuming that I have different tracks with different characteristics which are going perpendicular, I can define them as different lines. But I cannot do that regarding the operational points. So who takes the responsibility for the technical differences within operating points?
You are questioning the content. Yes, I understood. You are questioning the content of the RINF structure and the basic parameters defined to characterize a section of line or operational points. Yeah. I'm not working directly on the RINF, but I know that there are some discussion, especially for route compatibility checks, to further add additional parameters to better characterize the operational points like the stations, such type of things. Yep. But as of today, if you as user of the registers, you think that there is a missing important physical characteristics of an operational point that should be in the register of infrastructure, you can always address your points to ERA or to your concerned member states. And I think we have a working party on the register of infrastructure that can take care of your concern.
Yes, if I can complement, yes, we have. And being a route compatibility engineer myself in the past, you have also to understand that the data that you put in is also depending on the quality of the provider. So if the data that you receive from the people that hold it is of good quality, you'll have good quality description of the tracks. So like Nordin said, have a look first with the entities that are populating the RINF, because not all countries are delivering that the same. And then, of course, if you have suggestions, then by all means, make it reach it to us. Thank you so much. Right, so we will end, Nordin will be available at the coffee break because we need to move on, and I'm going to start with the next presentations. So Nordin is not going to disappear, he's a very popular guy, and I know he's here with me, and I have pleasure of having Nordin at this workshop, so let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you'll be here for the coffee break, right?
Yes, and thank you. I want to thank the population here with the very interesting questions and the possibility to exchange on your concerns.
Many thanks, Nordin. I would like to continue with this very interesting workshop. Now next, I'm going to invite my colleagues Natalie Duquesne and Nikolai Lieski to talk about ECM. And that will drive us nicely to then the coffee break. So Natalie and Nicola, the floor is yours.
Thank you, João. And yep. Okay, so good morning, everybody, and welcome. Today, with Natalie here, we will deliver a presentation about the ECM, the entity in charge of maintenance, and the maintenance of the railway vehicles. I will start with the presentation, and then we will exchange. We will both present, and I would like also to find this one so I can move the slide. Just a sec. Okay. So this is the agenda of the today presentation. So basically, we will start with some few words on the legislation and regulation on the framework. Then we will move to the maintenance system and the maintenance functions that will be explained by Natalie. Then we will go back to the ECM certification system. We will spend some work on the implementation of the ECM certification system, and we will show you also some application guides and resources that you can find on our website. At the end, we will have time also for some questions and answers, but if you have some during the presentation, please stop us and ask. So let's start, and let's focus a little bit about the EU legislative and regulatory framework. So what's important here is to spend some words on the Article 14 of the safety regulation, of the safety directive, the 798 from 2016, and here, as you can see it's about the maintenance of vehicle, and I will read it as this is very important to keep in mind. It says in Article 14.1 that each vehicle, before it's being used on the network, shall have an entity in charge of maintenance assigned to it, and this entity shall be registered in the vehicle register in accordance with Article 47 of Directive 797. So we have seen before with the presentation of Nordin about the vehicle register. Then we go into the point 2, which one is stating that the entity in charge of maintenance shall establish a maintenance system. And then we have in part 3 the composition of the 4 functions. We will see them in the following presentation, and we will explain them better, but basically we have 4 functions, which one are the management function, the maintenance development function, the fleet maintenance management function, and the maintenance delivery function. Next to this one, we have the Regulation 779, and here what you have to keep in mind is Article 3, and we have those 2 on the left that are very important, but we have also another slide, it's slide 18, that explains them better and when and how they should be applied. On the right side of the presentation, you have the new provisions in comparison with the old regulation, the 445, and you can see that in the new one, what is important to highlight is the fact that this regulation was extended to all vehicles. Before it wasn't the case. Then we have the introduction of the safety critical components, And there you can see also the definition. The safety critical components are components for which a single failure has a credible potential to lead directly to a serious accident as defined in Article 3.12 of the Directive 798. For this one, I will also recommend you to have a look on the technical report that was drafted by the Sensenelec Group 17696. And then we have also summary informants of the exchange of information. And here you will find that the ECMs shall use the safety alert IT tool to inform the rail sector about new or unexpected safety relevant findings concerning the maintenance activities. And at the end, the last point, it's the fact that the annual report has to be sent from the ECM to the certification body. Next to this one, you have an overlook about, let's say, the active regulations, the guidance material that you can find on the ERA website, and the registers that were also presented before. In the middle, you have the ECM regulation, which one is, let's say, the key point of this presentation. And on the right, you have some of the registers with the accreditation scheme and the certification scheme. On the left side, you have all the TSI that were explained before my colleagues, and also some other guidance. Next to this one, I would like to give the floor to Nathalie in order to explain this interaction between the different railway stakeholders.
Thank you, Nicolas. Perhaps before starting to explain the different actors, sometimes it's better to have a diagram than a lot of text. I would like just to present ourselves. Nicolas and me are coming from the safety unit at the agency. Nicolas is a type of newcomer. He joined me because I started my activity with the regulation 445 concerning certification of entity in charge of maintenance for wagons. And after we have extended the scope of this regulation of all types of vehicle, and together we are involved now in the implementation of this type of regulation. So with this slide, sometimes it's difficult. I'm sure that you can say we have different actors, and sometimes it's difficult to find your role in this new composition of the European railway sector. So in this slide, you can see the different main actors. Of course, we have the railway undertaking who operate trains. We have, and I hope, some customer link with the railway undertaking. And don't forget that especially for freight wagons, we have the keeper who is the owner of vehicle. And as you can see, there is a link between the railway undertaking and the keeper. With these different actors, don't forget the infrastructure manager, that it is also an important actor. And you can see that for railway undertaking, infrastructure manager, there is the process of safety certificate or safety authorization. You can see now, for some cases, it is your national safety authority who delivers your safety or authorization. For the safety authorization, it is only your national safety authority. But as it was a bit explained for vehicle yesterday and this morning, for the safety certificate, it's possible also to have the agency as authorizing entity to deliver safety certificate. Just perhaps to say that for supervision activity, we have spoken a lot about certificate, but don't forget the supervision. It's only the National Safety Authority who can organize to supervise your activity. Now, if we speak about the maintenance of vehicle, we have the entity in charge of maintenance that Nicolas explains that it is for each vehicle, there is a need to have an entity in charge of maintenance. And we have, and we will explain a bit after, the certification body for entity in charge of maintenance. And with the keeper, there is also a big link between the keeper of vehicle and the ECM. It depends on some business model. Sometimes the keeper is the ECM, but he can contract also a contract with an ECM. The certification body will issue ECM certificate and he will do also the surveillance activity. What you can see, it is the manufacturer. Why we put this important actor? Because in the new regulation, we have now the concept of safety critical component. And with that, the manufacturer is involved at the beginning. At the beginning, it is the manufacturer who has to explain and to send information to the entity in charge of maintenance about safety critical components. And to finish on this, you can see in blue this big link dialogue channel on safety critical component and exchange of information. The maintenance activity is something that they cannot work alone. They need to have information from railway undertaking, information from the keeper, information from the manufacturer to deliver a correct and relevant maintenance. So you can see there is a different exchange explained in our regulation. Nicolas? Now, maintenance system and maintenance function. I don't want to enter to detail in each function. I hope that you know a bit what it is. What I would like just to explain, simply, it is the maintenance of vehicle. I'm sure that it is not new for you. At the beginning, we have the design operating state, that it is made by the manufacturer, and what it is important, it is described in the technical file, as you can see with our colleague of vehicle authorization. Now we have that. Of course, and it is better, the train or the vehicle is used, is operated. So with that, sometimes there is some activities to repair, but also to change some components, because in the technical file we have some requirements that there is a need to make a maintenance of wheel set or to make a maintenance of bogies. So after the operation, or unfortunately after an accident or an incident, the vehicle is not more in a design operating state. And to repair or to maintain or to retrieve this vehicle in its condition of use, there is a need to make some maintenance activity. And for that, it is the role of entity in charge of maintenance to do this maintenance activity to restore the vehicle in its condition of use, design operating state. Now, if you would like to see the structure, because we speak a lot about the maintenance system, here you can see the different functions. We have 4 functions for the maintenance system. We have the big one, who covers all the management of the 3 other functions. It is the maintenance management. What we can find in this type of function? You can find some activities of leadership, some definition of monitoring activities. We have the monitoring procedure. We have also the procedure to have for each vehicle a documentation file. We have very information to organize the subcontracting activities, and also there is a part dedicated to improvement. That it is function 1, maintenance management. After that, we have different 3 functions. Don't think that it is something new. If you are involved in the maintenance activity, you can see that it was what it was done before the fact that there is a maintenance system. We have a part dedicated to the maintenance development, where you will reflect on how to build and to design your maintenance file, where also documentation, brainstorming, monitoring, and we have also to check if what we put in your maintenance file is correctly adapted or applied in the different maintenance workshop. We have after the fleet management. Of course, there is a need to call the vehicle, because the number of kilometers, because it depends, and it is the ECM to define when it is important to call the vehicle to be maintained in a maintenance workshop. So you have the fleet management, and we have the workshop where the maintenance order is done, where you can see also a lot of procedure concerning documentation, but also to procedure concerning the calibration of tools that you will use in the maintenance delivery. So with that, you have the structure of the different functions. If you would like to go more detail, as I already explained, we put this slide for you, just to have in one slide the very important role of this function one. Main task, it's the coordination of the three other functions, 2, 3, and 4. Of course, we have a procedure. We have to define procedure in this function one concerning the contractor, concerning the responsibility and information management. But don't forget that it is in this function one where we will define how you will change, how you will deal with, for example, change in a maintenance plan concerning the application on common safety method for risk assessment, or also how you will use the common safety method on monitoring to build your monitoring of vehicles. So in this function, you will develop a strategy, a maintenance system policy, and maintenance objectives. In the function 2, the maintenance development function, as you can see, you have input when you will start your activity. You would like to develop your activity of maintenance. Of course, it will be difficult for you to build the maintenance file for your vehicle. For that, you need to have the first maintenance file defined in the technical file of the manufacturer. But perhaps you will ask me, but if the manufacturer is dead or didn't exist, what we can do? That it will be more difficult to find sometimes the maintenance file, perhaps before this vehicle was maintained by another entity in charge of maintenance, but there is a need to obtain this first maintenance file. After that, during the maintenance development, during the feedback that you will receive for your maintenance workshop, you can update and modify your maintenance plan. It is under the responsibility of the entity in charge of maintenance to maintain, to update, and to improve the maintenance plan. Concerning the function 3, where it is the fleet management, fleet maintenance management, that it was what I explained before, the call of the vehicle to be, to call the vehicle, to go in the maintenance workshop, to make the maintenance order. But what it is very important to know on this function 3, it is the function 3 who is responsible to send the vehicle maintained to the operator with what we call the return to operation. That it is the main function of the function 3. Concerning the function 4, it is what we can call also the maintenance workshop. It could be fixed or mobile. It depends on the organization of entity in charge of maintenance. They receive, the function 4 receive orders from the fleet management, and with this order, they will do the maintenance, and as output, don't forget that they have to record. The traceability is very important in maintenance. What has been done on the vehicle, it is crucial to have this type of traceability. The return on experience is if requested, and after the output, it is the vehicle maintained. Maybe to understand better, I will give the floor to Nicolas to summarize what I have explained.
let's see if I have understood correctly what Natalie has explained. So this picture here, actually, it's like a summary of what she was explaining. And you can see it that on the right, you have it written in vertically, ECM management. So it means that the function one has some global overview on all the functions. Then you can see the three central boxes, which one are the three functions that Natalie has explained before. So we have, starting from the upper part, the function 2, then we have the function 3, and the last one is the function 4. How I will read this slide, I will start at the bottom from the left side where you have vehicle to maintain, and at the right side you have the vehicle maintained. What happened in the middle? It's a little bit complicated, but let's try to explain it together. So basically, the part that it's doing the technical work, it's the maintenance delivery, which one is the workshop, which do the technical work, so maintenance and so on. But how this works, the maintenance delivery, the function 4, in order to perform the works, has to have a maintenance order that it's coming from who? From the function 3, which is the fleet maintenance management. In order for the function 3 to emit this maintenance order, has to have the maintenance file, which one is coming from the maintenance development. This is the function 2. This is the, let's say, the material that the function has to have before performing the work. If I want to discover which type of feedback the maintenance delivery is giving to the fleet maintenance management, I can read it on the right. You see there it's an arrow. It's written that the maintenance delivery will give the information on the records on maintenance performed, the release to service, and the return on experience. Then if I would like to check which type of information the fleet maintenance management will give to the maintenance development, I can see that they have to transmit the records on maintenance performed and the return on experience. Who is doing the return to operation? It's function 3. You can see that the return to operation is done towards the railway undertakings, infrastructure manager, and keeper. So this is more or less the global overview of what was said before. And at the end, here you have also how the structure of the ECM can be organized. And I will give the floor back to Natalie.
Yes. We have decided together to put this slide at the last time. It was a slide that we have presented at the beginning of the regulation for maintenance of wagon, but I think it's something that I would like to explain and to repeat. As you can see, the ECM is composed of 4 functions, but the core function who cannot be outsourced is the function 1 concerning the management function, and you have 3 others. We can have, as you can see, the 3 functions internally, that it is possible. You have maintenance development, fleet maintenance management, and maintenance delivery internally in ECM. But what it is possible, and what it is the strength of the maintenance system, you can outsource, for example, the maintenance delivery. It is very often the case. For some ECM, they have very often different workshops not internally. So you can outsource the workshop, the maintenance delivery, but you can also outsource all the functions, the function 2, the function 3, and the function 4, or perhaps only because as ECM you don't have the competence to build or to improve your maintenance plan, the maintenance development, that it is possible. But don't forget, at the end, the ECM may outsource a function, but not the responsibility. For all the cases, outsource or not, at the end, it is the ECM who has all the responsibilities. Now,
Sorry.
perhaps some words concerning the certification system. Nicolas, please.
Yes, so as it was mentioned before, when we were speaking about the regulation, this is here the Article 3.1, and let's try to see this slide together. You see that Article 3.1 of the Regulation 779, it's about the fact that all ECMs shall satisfy the requirements of Annex 2 of the regulation in respect of all vehicles subject to safety directive. So on the left side, you have the case 1, which one it's about the entity, the fact that the entity applies for becoming ECM for freight wagons. In this case, following the Article 3.2b, the certificate it's mandatory, so you don't have any type of choice. And you have the Article 3.4 that it's saying that you have to comply with the Annex 2 of the regulation, and that will be checked by the ECM certification process, by the ECM certification body, and at the end you will obtain the ECM certificate. Then we jump to the case 3, which one it's about the entity applies for becoming ECM for vehicles. And in this case, you have vehicles that are not freight wagons. You have entity that has the role of RUIM too, and the entity maintains vehicle exclusively for their own operations. So it means that in this case, there is, let's say, this possibility that you can be assessed for the ECM part, so it means in compliance with Annex 2 of the Regulation 779, during the certification process of the safety management system. So when you apply for the single safety certificate, you can, if you if you are under those conditions, so it means that you operate your own vehicles, they are not freight wagons, you can be assessed by the authorizing entity during the single safety certificate to be compliant with Annex 2 of the Regulation 779. What is important here to remember is that you will not obtain an ECM certificate. But of course, I mean, this is one possibility. The other one is that even if you are in this case, you can go to your ECM certification body and say, okay, I want to have an ECM certificate, and then they will run the process, and at the end of the process, you will obtain an ECM certificate. And then we have the case 2, which one it's about all the other cases and scenarios not covered in case 1 nor in case 3. And in this case, what is happening here is that basically now with the new Regulation 779 from 2018, you, following the Article 3.2, you have to have a certificate, an ECM certificate that will be delivered by the ECM certification body. So in this slide, you can see what I was explaining before, which one is the substantial difference between the fact when you are an RU or IM, and you say, okay, I would like to be assessed towards the Annex 2 of the Regulation 779 because I operate my own vehicles, and at the end of the process, you won't have an ECM certificate. And the assessment, it's done during the SSC assessment, and it's not an ECM certificate. No indication of the ECM assessment on the safety certificate, and it's only for RUIM operating exclusively their vehicles. Then here we have the ECM certification process. Natalie?
Yes. Now I would like to explain the different way to be an ECM certification body. We have, as you can see, 3 branches. The first one is the branch of accreditation. Here, you can see at the level of the top, European Cooperation of Accreditation with the standard concerning accreditation 17011. And with that, we have in each member state, there is a national accreditation body in each member state. The national accreditation body, by applying the accreditation scheme, they will accredited certification body. The certification body has to apply the certification scheme. That it is the first branch, the branch of accreditation. It is also possible that some member state, and it is the decision of the member state to choose if they would like to go in accreditation, or sometimes we have some member state, at the moment we have only one, it is Germany, who would like to go in the recognition scheme. In this case, the recognition scheme has also to apply what we have put in the accreditation scheme to, not to accredited, but to recognize the certification body. And it's also possible, and we will see after in Europe the differences between the different member states. We have the designation of member state of National Safety Authority. It is the case in Poland. It is the National Safety Authority who act as certification body to deliver an ECM certificate. As you can see, for each branch, we have the same yellow paper, yellow standard, for what? Because at the end, when you are an ECM and you receive an ECM certificate, it is valid in all Europe. They will not check if it is delivered by accredited, recognized, or NSA. It is an European ECM certificate. For that, because we have these three branches, the agency has a role since the beginning of the regulation, since 2012, to organize what we call the cooperation between the ECM certification body. It is a place where we can exchange. You can explain what it is good, what it is not good, what are the differences since the beginning of the certification process. Some words concerning where you can find accreditation scheme and certification scheme. They are public. You can find them on our web page, where you can find if you would like to be accredited, or if you want to be recognized. You can see all the requirements that we put in accreditation scheme. And after, when you are an ECM certification body, you have to apply the ECM certification scheme. It's the same. You can find all with all the requirements dedicated for each function, because we speak about the certificate of ECM, but each function on voluntary base, and I repeat, on voluntary base, can be also certified. You can say, but for what, if it is not mandatory? Just as presumption of conformity with your certificate, for example, certificate of maintenance workshop, you can show, you would like to work for different ECM to avoid to receive too much audit. You can say, you can see, I receive a certificate. So on this, some part of my procedure, I've been checked. So it's the same. In the certification scheme, you can find also different requirements dedicated to each maintenance function. Now, if you would like to go in the different steps of this certification process, you have two stages. The first one, it's when the ECM certification body receives the application. You would like to be certified, you are entity in charge of maintenance, you send a lot of documentation. They have to check if they receive all, and after that, when it is okay, you can say that it is the starting of the certification process. The certification body will do a document review to assess the maintenance documentation, to evaluate presence of necessary processes or requirements, and after we go in the stage 2. On the stage 2, there is two important parts. One audit, on-site audit, to evaluate implementation of your maintenance system. There is often some interview of ECM personnel, and the ECM certification body organize on-site inspection to see if what we put in your paper is correctly applied, especially in the maintenance workshop. Between the starting of certification process and the decision to grant or not to grant your ECM certificate, 4 months. After that, it's not finished. each year you will receive a surveillance activity from your ECM certification body to check if all you have explained in your documentation is correctly applied. So the ECM certification body will visit the ECM once a year.
Okay, and now we move to the current situation of the implementation of the ECM certification system. And on this slide, you can see the map of Europe. And the current situation about which type of ECM certification body you can find in Europe. In yellow, you see that it means that we have a national safety authority that it's acting as an ECM certification body, and it means that if I'm operating in one state and I would like, the ECM certification, the NSA that is acting as an ECM certification body can deliver certificates only that country. So, for example, in Poland, we have the National Safety Authority that it's an ECM certification body. It means that they cannot deliver ECM certificates to another country. This is not the case when the ECM certification body is accredited. And in green, you can see that in some part of Europe, we have accredited ECM certification body. For example, in Italy, there are 5. Then in Austria we have 4, in Switzerland 2, and so on. So it doesn't mean that, here you cannot completely see it, but it's written accreditation, 9 ECM certification bodies, so you have the different situation. And then you can see that there are also some countries in which one you have the NSA, that it's acting as an ECM certification body, and then you have also some accredited ECM certification bodies. So, for example, in France, you have the NSA, and you have also some other ECM certification body, as is the same situation in Turkey, where you have the National Safety Authority and 3 other ECM certification bodies that has been accredited. And then the last situation, it's the one about Germany, in which one you have 3 recognized certification bodies. Next slide, here you can also, you have all access to ERADIS, I think was presented also before by Nordin. And if you go in ERADIS, you can play with some data, and this is the current situation about the ECM certificates. Currently, we have something like, the data are from December 2024, so we have something like 954 ECM certificates valid, and then if you play a little bit with ERADIS, you can have all the data about how many certificates for freight wagons, how many for locomotives, multiple units, and so on. You will see that if you do the calculation and if you try to sum all the numbers, you will not have the total number at the 954 because on some certificates you have different type of vehicles, of course. And then in the next slide, you have also the certificates for the maintenance functions. Here the philosophy is the same. So at the top of the slide, you can see how many certificates for the maintenance functions we have. It's that's the number, and then you can also, let's say, play a little bit and select for which category you want to obtain some data. And this is for all Europe, but I believe that on ERADIS you can also check how many you have in Poland, and after Natalie will mention it, of course. And yes, this is the situation that is currently in Poland, and I will give the floor back to Natalie.
Yes, but today we are in Poland. So Nicolas and me think that it will be also useful for you to see in your country the state. So in Poland, the decision was to give to UTK, the National Safety Authority, the role to act as ECM certification body. But if you have a look on ERADIS, you can see in Poland we have 136 ECMs. But on this number, as you can read, we have 10 delivered by Slovakia via Carré, 1 delivered by Bureau Veritas Italy, and 5 delivered by Quality Austria certification. It is not because in your country the decision has been taken to give the role of ECM certification body to your NSA that you, as ECM, you can choose which ECM certification body you would like to have. So in this case, you can see that it's possible in Poland to have an ECM certified, not by UTK, but by another ECM certification body. On the number of ECM, just for your information, I do the classification of railway undertaking, infrastructure manager, keepers. You can see a lot of railway undertaking and keepers. We have also 9 manufacturers acting as ECM and 61 maintenance suppliers. That it is for ECM. Concerning the maintenance function, at the beginning in Poland, there is no maintenance function certificate. And after some years, when the business increase, and to see the advantage to have a maintenance function certificate, now we have 51 maintenance function certified, 12 concerning maintenance development, 10 for fleet management, and of course 50 for maintenance workshop.
Yes, and now let's say the final part of the presentation about some material that you can find on the ERA website. If you actually, I mean, if we are going to share the slides at the bottom, you have also some links that are working, and you can find the guidance. Actually, we started last year the revision process of the guidance. So currently, we had something like 6 meetings with the task force, and we are in the revision stage. So we plan to publish the new version, let's say by June, July this year. But of course, you can go and look for it. And then we have also last year, almost at the end of the year, I believe it was in October, we have published some e-learning material, so it's very interactive. And if you want to look for this one, you have to go to the website, and then you can see that you have events and training at the top part, the agency new domains library events and training. And then if you click on that one, you will end up in this page, and you can click on it. There are 10 modules. You can follow them. I mean, you can choose your own time when to follow them, how to do it, and you will have also some questions in order to check and of course, if you have any feedback about them, please feel free to contact us in order to see how to improve it also. And that's the, let's say, the outlook on what you will find once you click. You see, we have the first part that is the introduction, and then you will start with some elements of ECM history, vehicle types under the regulation, entity in charge of maintenance, and so on. And yes, at the beginning, you see you have also the link. So if you have the presentation, it's enough to click on the link, and it will work. I hope so.
And if I may add something, yes. It is free. Yes. Everybody can have access to that, and I encourage you to see that. You are not obliged to follow all the modules. You can choose, and you can start again in another week. But don't hesitate to have a look on it, and don't hesitate, if you have questions about it, to send us a message. Thank you a lot.
Thank you both. I think we had a very, very excellent, so I will take some questions because I think it's important to discuss a bit.
I would like to ask about software maintenance. There is quite a lot of very important safety-related software, and it has to be updated or patched.
Okay, we know that with the freight wagon, it was a bit different because not a lot of software for wagons. Now, with the extension of all types of vehicles, especially with locomotive, we have the subject of software, especially in locomotive. It's true that it is the role of the ECM also to maintain, but how to maintain? How to maintain the software, very often under the umbrella of the manufacturer. So what we have started to work on it to see if there is some clarification to put in the guide, because in the regulation there is the different requirements for all types of vehicle with the different type of, there is no distinction between, for example, mechanical components and software. It is generic requirements. So we are at this moment, especially concerning safety critical components, and for sometimes the software could be a safety critical components. We are ongoing to perhaps to make some part in the revision of the guide concerning the maintenance of software. We know that at this moment there is a partner with the manufacturer because in some entity in charge of maintenance they don't have enough competencies to put on paper what they have to do to maintain software, but we are in the process to do it for locomotive, yes.
It's very important that this is a challenge already now, and I would like to say that we have to look how it is being done in automotive and in flights for the airplanes. It's not that easy to say, let's put all the details regarding software inside maintenance file. That is simply not possible, because that opens the door a bit too wide for unauthorized people.
Correct.
Thank you so much. There's a question in the back.
Hello, my name is Alessio Ricca. I'm from PKP Intercity. My question is how the ECM regulation applies to vehicles coming from third-party countries outside of Europe, and what are the responsibility in case who has to take the ECM? And the second part is if the vehicle has entered firstly and has been registered into a country which is a different European country, and there has been registered an ECM, and then they change the use, so it will be running into another country, who is then becoming the ECM of this vehicle? Thank you.
It's a very fair and nice question, I think.
Concerning your first question, for third-party countries, we didn't mention, but when we have put in place the regulation for freight wagon 445, we have worked with non-EU OTIF countries about ATMF. It is the COTIF regulation in the third country. So we work together, and we have in ATMF Annex A the equivalence between the ECM regulation for freight wagon and for vehicle, especially wagons, coming from non-EU OTIF countries. But when we have worked about the extension of use to integrate all types of vehicles, especially locomotive, we also exchange with the COTIF, and the ATMF change a bit like our regulation. But in non-EU OTIF country, they have decided if it is only for domestic, it's just in the country, for example, in Serbia, just for Serbia, not to be obliged to apply this regulation for other types of vehicles at freight wagon. At the moment that the vehicle will enter in an EU country, at this time, they have to apply ATMF Annex A, who is the equivalence for this type of vehicle of ECM regulation. And at this moment, they are obliged for an ECM who would like to maintain this type of locomotive to be certified. That it is for the first question. For the second one, I don't remember.
Can you repeat the second one, please?
Yeah, so the second one is in case a vehicle has entered the European Union into another country as first, there has been registered with an ECM, or let's say another European company, and in this case, the third-party country decides to change the area of use of this vehicle, so it will enter the European Union through another country. Who is then becoming the ECM? The person who has firstly been registered, or the one which is the railway undertaking, taking the wagon or the passenger vehicle or any kind of other vehicle inside his country?
Okay. What Nicolas explained at the beginning, for each vehicle, there is a need to have an ECM declared in National Vehicle Register. That it is very important. Without that, it's impossible to operate the vehicle. In your case, at the beginning, there is one. Now, this vehicle will be operated in another country, in another area of use. When the applicant requests the authorization to put this vehicle, maybe in the fold, in the documentation, perhaps there is something concerning the maintenance activity, because the country is not the same, especially for locomotive. So we have that in the technical file. The ECM could be the same, but he will be aware perhaps by the keeper, if there is a keeper, or by the railway undertaking who will operate the vehicle, that there is perhaps a new rule concerning the maintenance activity. Either is able to do it, is competent to do it. In this case, because there is an exchange, regular exchange between the ECM and the ECM certification body, they will send the need to have a supervision activity to see if under the certificate it's possible to add other type of requirements, if it is very important. So in this case, the certificate will be updated by the ECM certification body, integrated this new requirement, and the ECM could be the same. If it is not the case, if the ECM is not competent to do this type of maintenance, the applicant has to choose another ECM, because without that it's not possible to operate the vehicle. And if it is the case, he will change in the National Vehicle Register the name of the ECM.
Many thanks, Natalie. Okay, I'll take one more question and then I'll choose somebody different this time. Sorry. I'm going to give the floor to a new person now. Is it you?
Yep. Good morning, Tomasz Raczkowski, Akiem. Before my current position, I am ECM too. So in the regulation, we are informed that we will receive safety critical components from the manufacturer, and then we have to put into the documentation for ECM4 that this component is actually a safety for the critical. So the question is, up to which level will be the direction to show that this component is the critical for the safety? If we mark, for example, in a bogie, or an entrance door for the passenger train, or we have to go much deeper to say that it is a wheel, the main wheel set bearing, etc., because in the end, the documentation, we can make a really complex one, and it will cause it could cause misunderstanding on the ECM4 level. So the question, up to which detailed we want to go?
Maybe I can take this one. As I mentioned before, what is also very important is to consult the technical report drafted by Senelec. The number is 17696, and basically it gives you, let's say, how you have to perform the analysis in order to classify a component as a safety critical. And yeah, I mean, in this case, when you are the ECM function 2, it's basically up to you to, let's say, define to which type of detail and which type of components, by following also that procedure, classified a component as a safety critical. I don't know if you want to...
It was something new, the concept of safety critical component. It's true that for the first time, we put this safety critical component process in the regulation of ECM certification. It's true. But don't forget that if you are maintenance development, normally you have to receive the first list of safety critical components from the manufacturer. That it is the first step. After that, why we put this concept of safety critical component in our regulation? It was just to increase the exchange between the manufacturer and the entity in charge of maintenance, to allow some entity in charge of maintenance to have also a reflection via the function 2 concerning the safety critical component, because after the manufacturer, it is the entity in charge of maintenance who knows a lot of information about the vehicle. So in this regulation, we put that the ECM has to manage the list of safety critical components. So you receive the first list via the manufacturer, and after your feedback concerning the return to the maintenance activity, you can exchange with the manufacturer. You have the right to exchange, you have the right to request to the manufacturer, maybe on this, for example, on the wheel set, can you give me some information why you put this wheel set as safety critical components? Is it possible to have your risk analysis? Because on this wheel set, we have also some feedback that you can share with you to see if it is important to have this wheel set as safety critical component. It was the goal in the regulation to put this concept of safety critical component. But of course, as you explained very well, it is not because your components are not in the list that you don't have to maintain it. Of course, what we have to do with the safety critical components is to take more attention or more feedback and to see why it is a safety critical component. Just to start the work on this concept of safety critical component, a bit like in aviation where they have this concept in force.
Many thanks, Natalie. And I know there are more questions there in the back, so Natalie and Nicola are not going anywhere. Grab them during the coffee break, because everybody wants to have a coffee, I'm sure. So we'll now break up for a coffee. Let's come back, because we're a little bit behind, but I like the questions, so let's come back at 11:10. Also for the people online, we'll start a bit later after the break. So have a coffee, grab the experts and ask them some questions, and see you in a bit. Thank you so much. our seats, we're going to start the final part of our presentations today. Thank you so much. And there are people that are watching us online as well. So this last part of presentations today, it's going to talk a little bit about the CCS TSI. So just a quick and general overview of what it means. And then my colleague David Cuesta will introduce also to a little bit of the changes that have come with the update of the 2023 version. So without further delay, I will give the floor to David, and then I'll wrap up in the end, and we'll talk a little bit more about what's going to come next. David.
Well, thank you, João. Well, my name is David Cuesta. As you can see, I'm an ERA guy. And well, I'm working for the ERTMS unit at the agency. So today I will, well, I'm the last one, so I know that you're kind of tired after these 2 days. And well, but bad news is that you need to, well, to listen to me for 1 hour and 15 minutes. Yeah. You're lucky for that. So, and well, I will start with the agenda of today. Well, as João has just explained, I will start with the fastest signaling training you've ever heard about. I will tell something because I don't know who of you are involved in signaling and railway signaling. You can raise your hands so I can get an overview. Okay, yeah, okay, not many. So you will be trained after these 30 minutes. So you can tell anyone, you can put it in your LinkedIn as well. You're a signaling expert after 30 minutes. But okay, principles of signaling. So when you travel on a train, things that you don't want to happen is like kissing other train. You don't want it to happen. You don't want to find another train in front of you. You don't want to have another train right in your back. So you will try to avoid kissing other trains. You don't want also to have like your table place in your train, and then you don't want to have an extra partner from other train. So you will try also to avoid having these lateral collisions. So that's another thing you want to avoid. And the third thing, we are organized people, the railmen, so we want everything kept on tracks. So we will try to avoid derailments. And well, this is common sense things, but it takes a lot and a lot of effort and a lot of evolution to get to what we call today automatic train protection. And good thing is that, okay, all these issues happen since the railways exist, but right now what we are doing is safeguarding trains with an automatic principle, automatic systems. So that's more or less the principles, the basis of signaling regarding issues. But there is another thing. To avoid that from happening, we need to design or to project our lines in such a way that we are able to control and to manage the traffic and the safety of the system. And well, the traditional way of doing so, and the actual way of doing so, it's splitting the segments from station A to station B. We split the segment into blocks, and that's the principle of signaling. So you have your block, and you will only have one train per block. In that case, you avoid kissing other trains because each train has its own block. And you avoid the situation of having two trains in the same block. So that's the first approach towards avoiding collisions. And that's what ERTMS does. Okay, ERTMS is an automatic train protection system, And well, you see there a lot of acronyms. I will explain them later. But in principle, what we are doing is guaranteeing that only one train stays in one block, and we want to control how the train moves along that block. And well, for that, we've developed a very complex system has been developed for that. It's called ERTMS. And I know that someone in the audience has this pin on his jacket, but you need to be, you need to pay attention to find this guy. But you know, the effect of having this signaling as standard, European standard, goes in line with what my colleagues told you yesterday of having this single European railway area, SERA, and trying to harmonize the way the trains are controlled across Europe. So, why does ERTMS, why is ERTMS born? Because if you give a look to the map of Europe, this is, it was the situation, but it doesn't differ a lot from the situation we have right today. We have different countries, different member states across Europe, and in every country, the railway system has been developed in different moments of the history with different technologies, with different approaches, with different needs. And well, this is the situation. It's like you drive your car and you need to change your car when you reach a border. So it makes no sense. Like you can only drive in your own country because you cannot read other countries' signals. And this is the situation that we want to avoid. Each country with its own signaling system, with its own ATP, different technologies, different approaches, different functionalities. And, this is preventing us from having this single European area. And what's ERTMS doing? Okay, ERTMS was born, trying to harmonize or to gather the requirements of different countries towards the ATP system and merging them into one single system that would be the European standard. As you gather a lot of functionalities, this makes the system quite complex. And I need to admit that it's a complex system. But at least we have a standard that fulfills the requirements of having an ATP, a common ATP, and a standard ATP across Europe. So that's what ERTMS mainly does. And what's the impact on the trains? I've seen that most of you are, familiarized or working on the rolling stock. This would be the appearance of a train that could travel across Europe, like a fully compliant train with the ATP systems. Imagine, huh? I wouldn't like to be the driver of that train. So that's what we're trying to avoid. Having a lot of displays, a lot of systems on board, and have that's more comfortable, I would say. So yes, driving that train, it would be much more comfortable and simpler, of course. So having all the systems, or at least one standard that could fulfill the requirements, the ATP requirements of every country. So that's a harmonized situation. Okay, so what's the principle of ERTMS? Okay, ERTMS fulfills this thing that Antoine showed us yesterday, the interoperability. So you can have lunch on my dish with your fork. So interoperability is one of the keystones of ERTMS. But, of course, it's not the only one. So we fulfill interoperability, but we need to pay attention to safety. Remember that the first slide here was trying to avoid collisions and avoid incidents and avoid accidents. So safety first. ERTMS is a safe system. And of course, to guarantee interoperability and, well, having a common standard and to work on, to be on the same page when speaking about the ATP, we need to create a standard for that. So we have come up with this solution for the driver. This is what the driver sees about ERTMS. There is, well, I will not enter into details, but as simple as that, the driver can have the control and have all the information on a screen of the signaling system. So the main goal of ERTMS basically is having the signaling system on board. And well, I've been saying ERTMS for a long time now, but in case you don't know, ERTMS stands for European Railway Traffic Management System. And well, I'm the first one to be blamed about this. I'm saying ERTMS most of the time, but we need to pay attention how we use this, this acronym, because ERTMS, it's the, well, it's an addition. So we have the ATP system, and then we have the communication system. The ATP system, it's what we call ETCS, so European Train Control System. That's the ATP, and that's the functionality that covers the protection of the train. And then we have the communication system, okay? Together, ETCS plus communication system gathers the ERTMS. So with this new CCS TSI, the one that was published last year, we introduced the new term RMR. It's the Railway Mobile Radio, because before we only had ESMR. And well, I will go a little bit deeper on that in some more slides. Okay, because there is another term that was introduced in this new CCS TSI, is the automatic train operation, but I will go deeper later on. So these are the main acronyms that we have when speaking, when we are talking about the CCS TSI, which also CCS, by the way, I didn't say, but it stands for Control, Command, and Signaling. And well, these are the main acronyms that we will use during this hour. So, basics. This is chapter 2 of the subset 26, the Bible of ERTMS, of CCS. We have different levels, and the levels are the way we deploy or implement ERTMS. So, we have the cab there with the driver, and we can have, well, level 1. It's the, well, the basic level in which the train reads information from the balises that are placed on the tracks. So the tracks inform the train about the signaling, about the state of the signals in the infrastructure, and it's one-way communication. So the track side, the tracks, the infrastructure informs the train about the state or how the signals are, if you can pass, if you cannot pass, and, well, this is the basic information, okay? But the infrastructure can only speak to the train. The train just obeys, so has nothing to say to the infrastructure. And this is the basic ETCS level, so it's level 1. Again, trackside informs the train. Of course, there is much more information on the slides, but this is for completeness and for you to get a certificate A+ after this 30 minutes training. So we have another high performance level. We had 2 more, like level 2 and level 3. In this new CCS TSI, we have merged both levels, so there is only level 2 existing. And in this level, the train can communicate. There is a conversation between the trackside and the train. So this is guaranteed by means of the communication system, ESMR, RMR, right now. So we can have a conversation between the train and the trackside, which enriches the situation because the information can be updated in a better way, in a fastest way, and in a faster way, sorry, and you can adapt to dynamic situations. Again, I will not enter into a lot of details because for that, you need like a brain that controls the train on the trackside. It's called the RBC, and the RBC will send this information to the trains. In level 1, we had the balises. In level 2, we still have the balises, of course, but then there is this brain that controls the trains. And again, more information that we have on the trains. And this is the basic principles of ERTMS. And I said that in this new CCS TSI, we've introduced the term RMR. And this is because there is a project, an ongoing project, it's called FRMCS, that, is drafting or is describing the future of the communications. And why do we need a future communication system? Because ESMR will be phased out sooner or later. It's a very old technology, and it was introduced a lot of time ago. Communications are evolving very fast. From the first cell phones that you had till the phones that you have in your pockets today, there's been a lot of improvement, incredibly. So the rail system cannot be blind to this evolution and needs to adapt also to new communication systems. So mainly, we cannot stick in the past, and we need to evolve, and that's why we are developing this FRMCS project to set the specifications of the new or the future communication system. And are you trained now? Do you feel that you can design your own signaling system at home? This is signaling for dummies in 20 minutes, actually. So, good enough. And as everything in Europe, we are people that stick, or we need to follow principles that are written on paper or electronic journal or whatever. So we have this legal basis to do things. Europe, it's a place where everything's written. So we need to stick to some rules that are described in the legislation, in the European legislation. It was said yesterday, but it's just a reminder. We are legal guys. Well, I'm not a lawyer, I'm an engineer, but in any case, I need to try to understand what's written in those documents, which is not always very easy, because they are also open to some interpretations. But these are the main documents that we need to follow, not for CCS TSI specifically, but at the agency, at the European Railway Agency. We need to follow the principles that are described in our regulation, and also the directives, the safety directives and the interoperability directives, which are the pillars, as Antoine presented yesterday, of our daily job. And after those regulations, after those directives, there is this, I will not describe what the technical specification for interoperability is right now, because you are fed up of that. So, but I will tell you something about the CCS TSI. As you've seen, all the TSIs have their own history. So they were created, they were evolved, they were managed, and the CCS, it's not different from that. So there were, it was published, and then it was adapted and modified, and after this control change management process and a lot of processes for the European Commission, the Risk Committee and everything, we have new versions of the TSI. And well, that's why I'm here today, or we are here today and yesterday, to tell you what's happening with this new package of TSIs. So right now we have the 2023, 1695 CCS TSI published, and well, that's a little bit of the history of the CCS TSIs. And well, what's contained in our CCS TSI? Okay, the CCS TSI follows the same structure than the other ones, as Nordine presented yesterday. There is a common structure for the TSIs, but in particular, the CCS TSI has two subsystems. You've seen in the slide of the levels that there is the trackside and there is the onboard. For the signaling system, to create an ATP, we need these two components, these two subsystems to be described and just to understand the language and to understand the principles, and we need to be aligned. We cannot speak Polish and Spanish at the same time. Well, we can, but we will not understand each other, so it will be a mess. So it's better if we speak English in my case, and if not, we have some translators. So the TSI has these two subsystems. Let's say that you are the trackside and you are the onboard. And if you want to speak to each other, you will need to get into an agreement and to speak the same language. So we have these two subsystems, and each subsystem is composed of different parts. Okay? Some of you will deal with the communication, some of you will deal with the position, some of you will deal with the mode, with the speed. So it will depend on which function you will have. In this case, it's the same for the CCS TSI. We have the train protection system, the ATP, which is the, let's say, the cornerstone of ERTMS. So having a train protected, having a train, safe train. But then we also have the communication. So we have the radio voice, we have the radio data, because, well, it's a technological digital system. And now we introduce in this new CCS TSI ATO, automatic train operation, and, well, train detection, which is something that it was somehow included in this TSI with some evolvement from the previous CCS TSI, but I will go deeper into that later on. And to guarantee that the trains still run across Europe, we still need to have some Class B systems. So not all Europe is equipped with ERTMS. I don't know if I will see it. I don't think so. And maybe my daughters, or I don't know whom, but no, probably not, neither. But well, we're working on that. And well, we still need to have Class B systems, so national systems to guarantee that the operation continues. Of course, one of the objectives of deploying ERTMS is sooner or later decommission these Class B systems. Why? Because they don't contribute to get to this single European railway area. So, graphically, we have ERTMS, we have the room, ERTMS, then we have two subgroups. We have onboard, we have trackside, and then we have our rows. So we have the ETCS part, the radio voice part, the radio data, ATO for both, and, well, trackside, you are lucky because you have also the train detection part which is, you have one more responsibility. And inside each row, you are interoperability constituents, each of you, okay? Each interoperability constituent conforms each of the parts of the CCS TSI. Well, that's Brussels, that's the European Commission building, and that's where, well, as Antoine explained, I don't know if it was Antoine or Nordin who explained this, we do not do the TSIs, we only recommend the European Commission to adopt a technical document. So we are a technical body that recommends the European Commission to adopt such documents. So that's what we've done. We've provided some documents a couple of years ago, 2022, for them to be approved by the member states, by Europe in general. So that's what's been done, and that's what we have right now. We have a new version of the CCS TSI that was, well, it was published in September 2023. And well, this is what we have right now on the table. If you go to the European journal and you seek the CCS TSI, the official version and the only legal version of the CCS TSI right now, it's the EU 2023 1695. Okay, so what's new? So what's the change log? What's new on this TSI compared to the previous ones? Because we had the one in 2016, and now we have this one that is coming, and it's on our desks. So there are like three main pillars. I will shortly talk about each of these different pillars, and then I will go a little bit deeper into those. So the first, let's say that we have this new version of the text that includes new functionalities. Okay, we have, for example, the error correction process. It's been improved. It's been described in a better way, and well, I will go through it in more detail a little bit. We have also created a new set of specifications, a new baseline. This is a new term that I'm introducing, but I will shortly explain it to you. And well, we've removed the partial fulfillment part. I don't know, well, this may sound well, genuine and very difficult, but I will go through it, okay? So do not worry, you will still be experts. And well, we've set some stronger deployment requirements. So yes, if you are renewing or you are building new lines or new vehicles, then sorry, but you need to implement ERTMS. Sorry, not sorry. And well, and there's this part that it's a headache. I know it's hard. It's hard to digest. It's a transition regime, and for those of you who are working on the CCS TSI, I know that this is like the hardest part of the, maybe for me it is the hardest part of the CCS TSI. That's the first pillar. Then we have the technical document, the Appendix A of the legal text. So the structure is we have the CCS TSI as a legal text, and then there is the Appendix A that technically describes the CCS TSI. And in these technical changes is where we introduce the functionalities. We introduce the ATO, we introduce the FRMCS, we merge the levels 2 and 3. We create new system versions, again, another term that will be shortly explained. And well, this is mainly technically how the CCS TSI evolves and what's inside that legal and technical document. And well, there is one more pillar about the train detection compatibility that, well, mainly specific cases for non-CCS TSI, for non-TSI compliant designs are included in the specification. And well, other stuff like, that are associated to this new version of the TSI, like the cleanup of national technical rules. Nordin explained yesterday that with this new package, member states are obliged to review their national technical rules. So it comes with this additional process. Also, alignment between the OP TSI and the CCS TSI, and well, some updated parameters that are required for the vehicle authorization and register of infrastructure. And well, there is in the CCS TSI, historically we had some open points that were not described nor in the legal document, neither in the technical appendix, and we still have one open point on the CCS TSI, and it's related to the reliability of the system. So, first pillar, I said that it's mainly related to the legal text, so the articles of the legal text, and what's in there. Well, first of all, I will try to explain very fast how the error correction process works. You know that we are not perfect. I wish we were, but we are not. So we've defined the specifications the best way we could. It's not ERA only, it's the sector. So we, with your help, developed the specifications, the technical specifications, and also the legal text. And well, there is a sector agreement on the specification, but we can make some errors. So there is a special article. It was previously on CCS TSI 2016, it was Article 10. Now, due to the recast of the text, it's Article 9. But it's related to the appearance of errors in the specifications or in the technical specifications, mainly. So, well, this means that we need to put in place a mechanism to correct those errors. So there is, when an error is discovered, a whole process for correcting that error is initiated. It's called the CCM process. So the idea is to find a solution to that error, a common solution. So it's not ERA who imposes the correction, it's a sector that finds a solution for the problem, because it's always, we are the system authority of ERTMS, but we don't do things without counting on you. On you, I mean the rail sector. It's together that we are building this system. So we need to evaluate or to see what's the implication of that error and how can we solve it. And well, mainly the final, the new approach that we are setting in this CCS TSI is that when you have an error, you have somehow a limit in time where you need to cope with this error and to overcome this error by implementing whatever solution is agreed. So the idea is you have your error, you evaluate it, you see which implications are in the overall context, because sometimes it's due, for example, an error could be like something that it's not 100% clear in the specifications. It can be interpreted in different ways. So some manufacturers interpret it in one way, some others in another. So there is this kind of misinterpretation or different interpretations of the same thing, and it could lead to, compatibility issues. So that's why for each error there is a questionnaire sent to stakeholders to report on if that affects the infrastructure or the onboard units, to see which implications or what implications are there, and how to solve the issue in the best possible way. So that's why a questionnaire is sent out, and then, well, there is a legal limit to answer to this questionnaire. It's 3 months. And then with this questionnaire, with that information, the infrastructure managers decide if, for each infrastructure manager, each one needs to define if that error is preventing normal service. Because it could be like something that it's not preventing normal services, could be not very relevant to be solved or urgent to be solved. So those errors that are preventing normal service should be or must be published on RINF or the network statement if RINF is not available yet, to inform the the RUs, the railway undertakers, that in some time they need to to correct the error. And this is the new process that it's put in place in the CCS TSI. This is one of the main changes on the legal text, let's say, for correcting the errors. Okay, so the process is more or less as I've already explained to you. So for that we need to publish also the error and. In the new TSI. So when there is an error, we need to update the TSI. And well, this is more or less the information I've just given to you about the error correction process. And well, yesterday when I came here for my 15 seconds of glory, I said that we were working on an amendment of the CCS TSI. And why is that? Because it's been published like yesterday in the European timeline. So and we are now working already on an amendment. And well, the reason was simple. The CCS TSI 2023-1695 was not complete. Was not 100% complete. It was almost complete, but not 100%, so let's say 99%. There was a piece of the puzzle missing. And what was missing? So there were 3 subgroups of documents that were missing in that publication. There was, the structure of the technical appendix of the CCS TSI is composed of a lot of technical documents. We call them subsets. And well, each subset, it's like this, and you need to read them, you need to understand them, and well, in this case, there were 3 subsets missing. The first one is 153. This is a new subset that speaks about reduced envelopes. Okay, new term as well. I will shortly explain it. It's now ready. And it's been delivered in December to be considered in the amendment of the CCS TSI for the new version, or well, for the amended version. Well, there was another set of documents missing, the subset 76 and the subset 94. It's about interoperability constituents test specifications. So it's already delivered and it's already done, so we'll see. And there was another subset missing, 151, about ATO, also test specifications. So, well, we had, in December, we had the last piece of the puzzle. So together with a lot of changes, actually, that were included in the amendment, we delivered the recommendation to the European Commission, and now the process starts. The process of approving that amendment starts, and well, we will see how it goes, because right now, ERA has done its job, and it's the turn of the European Commission and the member states to approve that amendment. And well, what's in more detail in that amendment? There was this set of documents that were missing, but we did some typos, so we are also correcting those typos. And you know that once we deliver the recommendation in English, and then it's translated into different languages. And sometimes translators from the European Commission are not familiar with the rail terms, and sometimes the translations do not go or are misinterpreted, and there are some translation errors. That's why we are correcting them. We've tried to clarify or to make the Appendix B of the CCS TSI clearer. So we've added a lot of rows there and made a lot of corrections or clarifications to try to simplify or at least to clarify what's on the transition regime. We've also described in a better way the error correction, because there were some parts that were not clear about dates and the principles of the error correction process, which are now clarified, and some editorial amendments as well that were introduced in this amendment. Plus other adjustments, minor fine-tuning, because this is an amendment, so we cannot change the principle of the CCS TSI. Otherwise, it would be another baseline, another CCS, and that's not the goal of this revision. So we are just amending the TSI. And let's start, but I will go super fast. Do not worry about all these items that were introduced in the CCS TSI regarding the previous one. And the first one is the removal of partial fulfillment. It's just to get a better alignment between the products and the specifications, because right now we are not allowing the partial fulfillment of the system. We want it to be 100% compliant and 100% as described in the specification. So we've tried to reduce to the maximum the partial fulfillment of the CCS TSI. Another thing, the hardest one from my point of view, is the transition regime. So yesterday we said during the lock and pass description that once we introduce a new TSI, we need to guarantee what's happening with the vehicles or the systems, in this case, that are already out there. So, in this CCS TSI, we introduced what we are calling the transition regime, trying to specify, or at least to describe, when the vehicles and the trackside need to be updated or need to be equipped with ERTMS, in which cases not, which functionalities, which system versions, which equipment. So we've tried to break the functionalities down to the detail, and you can look at the transition regime as a gap analysis between the TSI 2016 and the TSI 2023. So the idea is to, set the requirements for the onboard, which is the table B1 of the appendix. For the trackside, we have the table B2, and for the interoperability constituents, we have the table B3. And the main difference is that, the interoperability constituents, in principle, need to fulfill the same principles that the subsystem. So remember the subsystem, trackside, onboard, different subsystems for ERTMS. So we have these examples of how and when do we need to update or to equip certain subsystems with different functionalities. And this is an example. For example, the cold movement detector, depending on, well, in this case, it's a functionality of the onboard. And depending on our vehicle, on our design, following the same principles that were explained yesterday by Antoine. So we still have the design phase, we still have the operation phase, and the production phase. Sorry, production phase, not operation. And we have these different phases, and depending on where we are, we need to adapt the system or not, and there is a timeline for adapting that system. So for example, in this case, you can see there that there is something with the track changes that's introduced in the amendment. Okay, for example, so this is not an official version of the cold movement detector. Just a disclaimer. It's not been voted yet, so it's not official. It's just an example. And well, for example, if you started your design, so you signed your contract with Lenovo before the 28th of September last 2023, then you are in the second column. So your design phase started before the TSI entered into force. Then, if your design phase ends up early, then you don't need to install CMD. But if your design phase ends after 1st January 2028, then your design should include CMD on that. This only, well, it's an example, but it's a real example. So if your design phase starts after the entered into force of the CCS TSI, then the use of CMD is mandatory, so you need to include CMD in your design. And well, if you have your vehicle in operation, okay, you will not need to retrofit it. And if you are in production phase, so you have your type authorized and trains are being built according to that type, well, at some point in your life, for that type, you will need to include also the CMD, and that's from 1st January 2030, even though you have your design approved. So this is an example on how to read the transition regime table. Well, yesterday there were some, this is a new slide included from yesterday comments. The certification. This CCS TSI repeals the former TSI. So the TSI 2016 is not in force anymore. So you cannot issue certificates according to a law that it's been repealed. So the question is obvious, and what happens with the certificates that are issued against the former TSI? Okay, and in our test, well, what we say is that those certificates are valid, but you cannot issue new certificates according to the previous CCS TSI. So new certificates, even though you haven't changed your system, should be issued according to the new TSI. And of course, in those certificates, you need to include the transition regime that is specified in the new TSI. And there were some doubts about this in the sector that were raised by the MB-Rail, Novus Association, and everyone. And from the agency point of view, we're working on a clarification note. Okay, we've tried to consolidate all these doubts, and they were proposed in the amendment of the CCS TSI to clarify the situation. But in the meantime, the agency is planning on or to publish a clarification note to clarify this gap that, or this different interpretation that we may have with the CCS TSI. Second pillar, the technical changes, okay? New functionalities that were included in the CCS TSI 2023. Okay, let's start from the beginning, and well, this is more graphic maybe. So main changes that were introduced were ATO, which is the automatic train operation system, mainly automatic driving of the train, and not entering into a lot of details, there are different grades of automation. In this CCS TSI, we've published the grade of automation until grade 2. So that was one of the main technical changes of the CCS TSI. The other big bubble in the slide is FRMCS. And you may think, okay, wow, the new communication system is already in the specifications. No. I wish it was, but not. It's only this new TSI includes or paves the way to include this system as an specification, as a full description specification to deploy or to develop products meeting the specifications of the FRMCS, but they are not ready. These specifications are not ready and are, it's an ongoing project, and there is a timeline for this project, and the set of specifications on FRMCS will be delivered in the near future, hopefully. And then, I've already said that, the merging of level 2 and level 3, which is something that was, very, very discussed, but in principle, level 2 and level 3 in the former set of specifications were more or less the same, functionally speaking, and there was a difference between the integrity of the train without entering into technical details. Basically, there is only level 0, which is national level. Level 1, remember, unidirectional communication between the track side and the train via balises, and now level 2, which is a radio communication-based technology, okay? There is a communication between the track side and the train. Another thing that was included was the readiness of DAC. It's been also said during these 2 days, the digital automatic coupling readiness, again, paving the way. The system is not fully specified, but it's been already foreseen in this specification. And the reduced envelope, there is a slide speaking that. You know, this subset was missing, but now it's ready, so we will speak about it. And for those who are more familiar with the CCS TSI, there is this slide that I find very graphical and very, very descriptive, let's say. This is the history of the CCS TSI, speaking of technical documentation. So speaking of technical documents, it's the annex. We had different baselines. Basically, in each publication of the CCS TSI, we had a baseline, which is a picture of the functionalities that ERTMS has at a certain moment when the CCS is published. So we had this baseline 2, which included a set of specifications. So it was the first, the first version of ERTMS, and it was described by a set of documents. Then the system was developed, was modified, and we had the baseline 3. It was published in another CCS TSI, and we kept the set of specifications that we had, describing certain number of functions, and then on top of that, we included some additional functions given by another set of specifications. So we improved the system, so we create another set of specifications to describe those functionalities. Life continues, and we had the baseline 3 release 2. We included more functionalities. We had the ones that we already had. So we had set of specifications 1, set of specifications 2. Now we have set of specifications 3. And they are mainly described in the different versions of this subset 26, which is the system requirement specification document, the Bible of ERTMS, until this CCS TSI. So in this TSI, we've decided to, to have one and only one set of specification, including the different, all the functionalities of the system. So, and this is just to illustrate the next slide, because, again, the first one to be blamed. When we speak about the different versions of ERTMS, we tend to speak of the different baselines. And this is the traditional picture we had in our minds. So we have baseline 2 trains, we have baseline 3 maintenance release 1 trains, we have baseline 3 release 2 trains. And this is the picture that most of us have in our minds. And without entering into a lot of details, we were speaking of baseline trains. With the approach given by the CCS TSI 2023, we need to change this into this thinking, this way of thinking, into the system version, okay? System versions are like a software. When you have a software, you upgrade your software, so the system version increases, and you have different functionalities, okay? Some functionalities are compatible, backwards compatible, some of them are not. So we need to change the mantra from having this baseline approach to system version approach, because right now we only have one set of specifications. So we cannot say, okay, this is according to 340 of baseline 3 release 1. No. So right now we have different system versions, and we have the reduced envelope. And in the next slide, I will explain what's the reduced envelope. So we have now, what we have in the CCS TSI, that is a description of the full specification of a baseline 4 release 1. So that's the complete set of specifications, the complete set of functions that are described in the new CCS TSI. So we have a train that understands and a trackside that can give any order that it's described in the specification. What happens that not all the trains out there, actually none of the trains out there understand the whole set of specifications that are described in the CCS TSI 2023. So we have different system versions of the ERTMS, and that's what we describe in subset 153. So starting from the whole set, that black cylinder we had in 3 slides that we had 3 slides ago. So we have the whole set of functionalities, and that's what we have, like the premium golden train. No. But in general, we will not, right now we don't have that, so we will take some functions off that set of specification that includes the whole set, and it's what we call the reduced envelope. So it's baseline 4 release 1 train with a reduced envelope, because it cannot understand all the functionalities. And that's why we move from the version of having baseline trains to system version trains. And again, we describe that that reduced envelope. We have another reduced envelope still to describe versions 1.0 and 2.1, sorry. But what it's not described inside the subset 153 is the reduced envelope to guarantee the system version 1.0. Okay, so that's out of the scope of the 153, and well, this is more or less what we are doing with this subset 153, which is one of the main differences that this CCS TSI includes. And well, this is more or less the Rosetta Stone translation between the baseline version of the subset 26 set of specifications, system version. So this is the translation table from old mindset to new mindset, okay? So the idea right now is to start, so those who became signaling experts today, you should only focus on the first column. So do not, since you are rookies now, you only focus on the first row, and then you forget about all the problems that all mindsets like mine have. And well, we had also the third column there. So the train detection compatibility, there were some comments given yesterday as well. So we have the specific cases already in the CCS TSI, and well, the other relevant information that I've already described before. So, what's now? Okay, we need to do more things, because otherwise job's done and I could go home. So we need to put some more work on us. So this is the history of CCS TSI again and again and again, which is something that it's good to remember from time to time. But then we have different steps. This year the objective is to have the amendment approved by the Rail Interoperability and Safety Committee, the RISC Committee. Probably it will be, if everything goes well, I hope, fingers crossed, in June is expected, but it's something that does not depend on us, so we'll see. And well, there is a new, there is a timeline or roadmap for the development of the CCS TSI. 2027 is one candidate, okay? You know, I don't have the crystal ball to predict the future. But, well, if everything goes according to the planning and according to our expectations, 2027 would be the candidate date to have the specifications of FRMCS. So in that new version, potential new version of the CCS TSI, we will include the specifications, the version 1 of the specifications of FRMCS, together with the digital automatic coupling specifications, and also the cybersecurity part, if needed. Huh? And well, I hope I'll be still here by 2029. There is this project that was also commented yesterday, the European Railway Joint Undertaker is working on innovation projects to improve or to get to a better system. So not only RU is working on that, we are also trying to improve the system. Improving the system doesn't mean that including new functions, but also removing those functions that are not used, so simplifying the specifications. So we have an active role there, managing the control and change management process, and well, working on the evolution of the specifications of CCS. And well, that's more or less the roadmap. We'll see if this slide will need further modifications, or I can maybe present this same slide in 2027. And well, that's mainly the CCS TSI, but I also want to tell you what we are doing at the unit in the agency. So this is now the structure of the agency, the European Railway Agency. So the ERTMS unit is part of the railway system department. And well, mainly we are doing with ERTMS, which is somehow evident because we are called ERTMS unit. So that means that we are focused on the ATP, ETCS, and radio. Our unit is more or less split into these two subgroups, as you are here today, different subsystems. So, well, that's what we are, what we do at the unit. And well, we are managing a lot of working groups. We have the CCS TSI working party that I'm chairing. We have also the ERTMS control group. We have the control, the change control management process, mainly, well, chaired by the EECT. And well, of course, we support the European Commission on the risk process, and well, they are our bosses, so we do what they tell us to do. And as we all do, so no tricks there. And well, we have also some customers, so to say. Mainly, we discuss also operational harmonization across Europe. We have well, a couple of guys, colleagues that are working on this operational harmonization, mainly the DMI specification, and also how to deal with these operations throughout Europe, and trying to harmonize the way a train is managed or operated. Well, we have also this collaboration with the train detection compatibility in the agency. Well, we speak with the national safety authorities of each country. We have a working group on that. We have also meetings with the NOVOs, and well, also with the labs. We assess the national rules. Thank you, Nordin, for that. But we assess the national rules when they are related to CCS. And well, we have different topical working groups. It's a way when there is a specific topic that needs like further clarifications or deep involvement. We create a topical working group. We involve the different representative parties, and well, we work on that. And well, regarding the four-way package, we support our colleagues in the vehicle authorization, truck asset approval, and other processes. But do not ask me about that. We have the experts here. So, questions and answers. But well, I have an answer to a question that was asked yesterday about the special vehicles. Okay, if you go to the special vehicle, you look for the word special vehicle on the CCS TSI. You have those references, main references. So, well, also this is part of the amendment. Okay, it's not official, but I wanted to show you what we've clarified, or we've tried to clarify in the amendment. Okay, first of all, it's the well, it's the scope, the technical scope. Okay, so what OTMs, what special vehicles are in the scope of the CCS TSI? Well, those that in principle will run and they require an ATP. So that's the first clarification. We've removed the "and" there. It makes things, from my point of view, much clearer to understand. And well, and the second reference to special vehicles, well, important reference to special vehicles, it's the one that, well, allow the member state to exclude the special vehicles from the CCS TSI. But this is something that needs to be ruled by the member state itself, okay? And well, and for the special vehicles, there is also transition regime. Okay, this is only one example. There is a lot of references in table B1 that it's related to the transition regime of on board. And well, this is only for the sake of the example. Okay, there is transition regime for on board in general, but also special vehicles have a special paragraph for them because they are special vehicles, so they need it and they need to be treated in a special way. So now, yes, thank you very much for your attention. I did well. I stick to the time, so
super. That's right on time, and many thanks to David. The CCS TSI always with a lot of questions and doubts, and I'm pretty sure we'll have some questions here. So we'll start with the usual suspect, and then we'll move on.
I have 3 questions. You have shown on you have shown on second slide 20 systems, so-called Class B systems. That was the real situation 30 years ago. After 30 years of implementing one unified system, we have 4 different baselines, and we have ETCS system configurations, more than 100 in Europe. So the ESCs were introduced just for a moment. So the question is, when we will have a unified automatic train protection? When it is expected? You have shown us 3 additional TSIs and maybe additional ones. The railways are not capable to follow.
Yeah, that's the normal question. So there is a normal answer for that as well. Yeah, it's true that we have many configurations of ERTMS on board and trackside, but it also depends on the specifications that each of the member states are imposing. So I'm assessing a lot of national technical rules that are there, that are covered by the interoperability directive, but member states don't want to repeal them because it's the way they are operating. So this creates a special situation in which different ways of implementing ERTMS are needed. Also, the freedom that the infrastructure managers have to deploy different functionalities create also a difference between different configurations of the ERTMS on board. So when will we have a unique way of deploying ERTMS? It will depend on you. Mainly the member states.
Question mark.
Yeah, of course.
It's a question mark.
Yeah, it's a question mark that I cannot answer. I wish I could repeal from my side all the CCS related to national technical rules. And this is something that we have in every conference, ERTMS conference, that we want a unique system configuration. But okay, but these are my national technical rules.
Yes.
And do not forget about them. Yeah, we also want it, but here are my national technical rules. So look, I wish we could, but so far I don't see it happening in a short term.
It's very fair. Do you have an additional question?
Yes, referring to Class B. You are only showing some Class B systems. Some Class B systems are hidden under Packet 44. Do Iran know how many systems are utilizing Packet 44, which is defined to be used for external systems without defining the purpose? And as an add-on to that, do we really define the date when we have to remove Class B systems?
Nope, we don't. From the European Commission agency, we don't have a date for the commissioning Class B systems. Well, what we've done in Europe, it's avoiding using Class B systems, the development of Class B systems, so they are frozen. And, well, right now they are part of the CCS TSI. So the national Class B systems are part of the annex of the, previously it was a narrow document that had the list of national systems. Now they're part of the legal text. So we are taking steps in order to try to minimize or to at least put fences, well, surrounding the use of Class B systems. But, you know, we cannot do anything else to decommission the Class B systems in one country.
I do not see a perspective at all. We have 15,000 kilometers of mostly double track lines equipped with Class B system with no vision for ETCS implementation.
Yeah,
15,000 kilometers of lines.
Mm-hmm. It's not the ideal situation. Yeah. but maybe you should. Why do we implement or deploy lines with equipped with both systems? That's a decision that each member state takes, or each infrastructure manager takes, or each NSA takes.
We have not implemented new Class B system on any line over the last 20 years.
But I think this is not a But I think this is not a question for the agency.
It's an internal discussion.
It's a question maybe for the Polish government and the decisions that they wish to take, because the implementation or the strategy of ETCS deployment, we cannot force it. I mean, it's not up to the ERA to make that call. You have to ask to the colleagues that are here and to the government why this has not been taking place and why we are missing the advantages of using ERTMS in Poland. Okay, is there an additional question on the back? Yeah. So I'm going to give to that gentleman first and I'll come back to you.
Thank you. I'm Gabriel Tyburcy from Edge's Design Office. I have two questions, general. According to Chapter 6 of Subset 26, is there any general high-level overview planned to be published, or is there any of the features added in each version of the ETCS system? And the second question, is there a plan to produce some harmonized engineering rules for typical configuration of ETCS, for example, level 2, level 1, and so on?
Okay, regarding the first question, well, there is no plan to have a complete analysis on that. Maybe subset 153 offers that view. Give it a look, and because with that you can also infer or analyze which are the differences between the different system versions, because I know that reading chapter 6 of the subset 26, it's not giving you any overall vision, it's not giving you the complete picture, because it's only translating, it's a translating chapter mainly, technical translating. Instead of using 8 bits, use 7, so whatever. So it's not giving you an idea of that. But subset 153 may help you in having that overview. And sorry, but I cannot recall
the second question, please.
Second question was about harmonized engineering rules. Is there a plan to publish any for a typical configuration for each ETCS levels?
Yeah, I've told you that at the agency we have these topical working groups. As a matter of fact, we are starting a new engineering harmonization group. There are some guidelines that were published, that are published and can be found on the ERTMS users group website. So it's ertms.be, that's from Belgium. And they have engineering guidelines published, which are not endorsed by ERA, so are EUG, just to make it crystal clear. It's an EUG document, and they propose some harmonized ways of deploying ERTMS using some functions. So there you have also a guidelines, two engineering guidelines to deploy ERTMS. From the CCS TSI, as was stated a lot of times, we cannot impose a technical solution. We give the tools for you to deploy ERTMS in the way you want, or in the way, well, there are some constraints, of course, to guarantee interoperability, because remember that the TSIs are documents technical specification for interoperability. So at least there are some rules that we all need to fulfill, but then I cannot tell you that you need to use level crossing functionality. Why? Because, for example, in one line where you don't have level crossings, then you would say, why should I implement this? There's no need. So each line, each member state, each project has its own necessities and different ways of implementing. So, but I really recommend you to go to the users group website and give a look to those guidelines, which are helpful.
Are you familiar with users group website? Yep, with UG. Okay, thank you so much.
And
Hello.
also, sorry for interrupting. And also follow the advances of the topical working group on engineering that we are starting this month. Sorry.
Thank you for the special slides regarding special vehicles. But my question is, do you know if Polish NSA make a decision to exclude OTM from requirement on installing onboard ETCS on them?
Well, I guess that I'm not the right person to answer to that question.
But does NSA or do NSAs need to report this decision to you, to EURA?
They need to report to the European Commission.
Okay.
To inform the European Commission about
Is there
that.
any chance I can find this information?
Well,
I propose that you ask the Polish NSA directly.
Yeah,
Huh?
exactly.
They are here today.
And you will probably communicate among you in a better way. That
Yes,
if
I think
I'm doing
rather
the
than
postman.
asking the messenger, you can ask the Polish NSA directly. Any other questions? Yes, there's one in the back. Please.
Krzysiek Jaworski, Ministry of Transport. I have just a short question about the backward compatibility, because in the TSI introduction, there's an indication that the compatibility is ensured up to the 2.2 version, yeah? And 3.0 version isn't backward compatible, as the trackside equipment have additional functionalities which have to be read by the onboard units, yeah? But what about the opposite compatibility? So the onboard unit under 3.0 version and the trackside with the lower versions of the system. Are they still compatible or not?
Yeah, in principle, yes. And that's of course to be proven on site by means of ESC tests or whatever. But yeah, new vehicles are retro-compatible with former versions of the infrastructure. So just to be clear, a baseline for release 1 vehicle, so a 3.0 vehicle, is compatible with all sets of infrastructure.
Yeah. Thank you so much. There was one hand raised I saw. Yeah, there. Please, name and function.
Hello, I'm Iwona Dziopak from Alstom Polska. I have a question about the error correction process. I know it's described the TSI 0.7 to 10 and so on, but could you briefly tell exactly what is the step-by-step, how does it look, and where to find this questionnaire? Who is the first one to fill it in?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and does the process really works? I mean, have you obtained already some questionnaires?
I hope it does, first of all. That's why we described it. I recommend you to give a look to the application guide of the CCS TSI. It's not complete, but it's a phase approach, what we are taking there. It's phase 2 of the application guide. It's been published in December, including the error correction and transition regime parts of the CCS TSI. And during this year, we will update the application guide to have the complete document. But going straight to the point, mainly the idea is to, once the error is identified, a new version of the TSI is published with the error corrections, then these questionnaires are made. That's the ideal process. It's been proven that errors are spotted before the new version of the TSI is released. So in the amendment, what we've done is setting the trigger point to the latest of the dates. So after delivering the questionnaires, or the publication of the entry into force of the new version of the TSI. So once the questionnaires are sent out, 3 months to answer them. After that, the infrastructure manager, in case the error is spotted as preventing normal service, has 6 months to put it on the RINF or in the network statement. And then, if I'm not wrong, so disclaimer here, because I'm very bad with numbers, if there is a need to update the interoperability constituent and hence the subsystem, you have like 18 months, if I'm not wrong. And then to install it in the train, let's say the railway undertaking, there is 1 year or something like that, 6 months or 1 year. I cannot recall perfectly, but it's, well, of course, it's in the specifications and in the application guide. But that's the process, and in the application guide, there is a flow chart explaining the process.
And you can grab the vid at lunchtime, which reminds me, we have to go for lunch now, David. So a warm welcome for our colleague here from ERA. And so many thanks. We have finished this roundup of presentations about different topics of the railway system that are covered by the agency. We're now going to go for lunch, and then I really recommend you come back after lunch, because we'll have an open forum and quite funny, and it's very interesting, where we'll have all kinds of debates, and we'll test your knowledge as well if you're paying attention. So I really recommend you come back, because it's going to be fun. For the ones at home, feel free to join in if you wish. But we ended the cycle of technical presentations. So a quick note, so for those of you who would like to have a certificate of attendance, please contact my colleagues at reception or send an email to academy@era.europa.eu. And let's be back here, because I'm a good guy today, at 1:15, so you can have more time to have your lunch. And we'll come back to this room at 1:15. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Welcome back to the last part of this workshop here in Warsaw. So it's a more relaxed afternoon. So we've just finished our lunch, and we're going to have a nice and quick play with you. I would like to invite here to sit next to me, because they were going to be your judges, Antoine, Nordine, and David. If you can come here and take the stand. And what's going to happen now is that we're going to put on the screen, you can control, Nordine, you can control the slides. The slides controls here. Okay. So what's going to happen now is we're going to put some questions, and we hope that you have been paying attention to these questions, and we're going to try and answer those questions all together. So I will be walking around and tease you a little bit, and Nordine will be coming here in the stand and moving and trying to tease a bit of your knowledge now. So there will be some questions that we have not discussed, but we hope that by working with them, you already know the answer. So I will read the first question. So which vehicles have clauses in the TSI allowing a unique authorization in all member states? Is it special vehicles? Is it freight wagons? Is it locomotives? Is it passenger coaches? And there could be more than one answer. Who would like to try? Who would like to go first?
Yeah, I can try.
What is your choice?
My choice is freight wagons and passenger coaches.
Freight wagons and passenger coaches. Is it hot or cold, Nordine?
There is no other view, or I think let's have a look to the answer of the system.
The answer in the system says passenger coaches.
And freight wagon.
And freight wagons. Yeah! Applause for her.
So in a nutshell, we have in the TSI VAG since already some years specific clause for unique authorization. In the TSI VAG is the clause 712. And with the TSI 2023, as explained yesterday by Antoine, we introduced a new clause on 7115 for unique authorization of passenger coach in all EU member states.
Excellent. And they are paying attention. So well done, everybody. So let's move to the next question. So we didn't really cover that, but let's see if you know the answer. Derailment detection is mandatory in the TSI wagon and TSI lock and pass. Is it really mandatory in both TSIs? Is it voluntary in both? Is it mandatory on the TSI lock and pass only? Or is it mandatory on the TSI wagon only? Who would like to try? There's a brave man down there.
Obowiązkowa jest w TSI WAG w wagonie.
It's mandatory in TSI WAG. Yes.
Everybody agrees it's wagon only? No.
No, it's voluntary in both.
It's voluntary in both. Let's find out. Indeed, it's voluntary in both.
Bravo.
Yes, I think I just mentioned it yesterday. We had slides about it before, but it was making the presentation a bit long, so I just mentioned it. It's voluntary in both TSIs, in wagon and in lock and pass.
Many thanks. Let's go to the next question. So, the interoperability constituent brake plug contains requirements in the TSI noise only, TSI noise and TSI wagon, TSI lock and pass and TSI wagon, or the TSI wagon only. What's? Sorry?
TSI noise and TSI VAG.
So TSI noise and TSI wagon. Everybody agrees with the lady here? Yes, I see a lot of nods there saying yes. Are they cold or hot, Nordin?
Yes. So it's the only constituent that has requirements in 2 TSIs. That's a specificity of the composite backplot.
Voila. So let's give her a pause. Come on. Okay, now it becomes tricky. So, which special vehicles are not in the scope of the TSIs? Special vehicles running in running mode, on-track machinery, environmental vehicles, special vehicles in working mode, road rail vehicles, or hold infrastructure inspection vehicles. There's an attempt there.
Special vehicles in working mode.
We cannot hear you. Is it switched off or? I'll come to you in a second.
Special vehicles in working mode.
Special vehicles in working mode there. So that man says it's the special vehicles in working mode that are not included. There was some brave man saying something here. I heard somebody. Yeah.
Yes, I heard
And road rail vehicles.
Okay. Anybody else would like to try and?
The hold also.
The hold vehicle are not in the scope of the TSIs.
I think you should stop asking because we will have wrong answer.
Yes. Okay, so let's give them the answer, okay? Let's do it.
So the first two answers cumulated are right. So what are not in the scope of the TSIs are special vehicle in working mode, as we explained yesterday, and also road rail vehicle. It's a tricky question because road rail vehicles are defined as a special vehicle, but they are not covered by the TSIs. Special vehicle in working mode, as we explained yesterday, a special vehicle such as on-track machine has 3 modes in general: running, working and traveling. And working and traveling mode are excluded from vehicle authorization and not in the scope of the TSI.
Is that clear, guys? Yeah?
And inspection infrastructure vehicles, if they are self-propelled or old, are in the scope of the TSI.
Okay. So I think we can move on to the next question. It's Portugal and Spain, but it could be Poland and Czech Republic or Poland and any neighboring country. So which TSI are applicable for an OTM with Portugal and Spain as the area of use? And they are together, so they border. So no TSI apply, only national rules of Spain and Portugal will apply, so we just consider the national rules of each country. The TSI lock and pass only, the TSI lock and pass and noise, or the TSI lock and pass, noise, and PRM, persons with reduced mobility. There's a gentleman there. What's the?
TSI lock and pass only.
Just TSI lock and pass. What's your take?
Noise.
My guess will be the TSI lock and pass and noise because there are 2 countries involved.
There are 2, okay. Because there are 2 countries involved, so the noise also comes in. Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
You agree? Okay, so you agree with gentleman there. Okay, perfect.
So the right answer is TSI lock and pass and noise.
Good.
As explained yesterday, when we have area of use more than 1 member state, the amendment 2023 requires that the TSI lock and pass and noise are applicable.
Excellent, and applause for them because they got the right question.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So we'll move on. The next question. Which of the following statements are true? There could be more than one. All ongoing rolling stock projects must apply the new TSI. And we discussed that in the presentations yesterday and today a bit. The new rolling stocks TSIs are only applicable in 2030. With the new TSI, there is no limit to the validity of the type certificate. Ongoing rolling stock project can decide to apply or not the new TSIs. So which of these ones are true? We discussed a bit yesterday. There were several questions about it. Let's see.
I think this green one, with the new TSI, there is no limit to the validity of the type certificate.
Okay, the green one. Okay.
Yeah. And
Just that?
I think the second might be also true. The ongoing rolling stock project can decide to apply or not to the new TSI.
Okay.
As soon as we're talking about this phase A.
Yes, so you go for the green and the orange part. So the two answers below. Yeah? Okay. Is everybody agreement with our good friend here? Is that the case for everybody? There's a silence. Nobody wants to pronounce.
Perhaps here on the last row, the future of railways.
Yes, the younger generation guys. Let's go to the young man over there, the trio over there.
What do you think?
So, in my opinion, is ongoing rolling stock project can decide to apply or not the new TSI.
Okay. And your friends next to you, are they agreement or they just want to be quiet for the day? You agree, of course. Even if he's wrong, you agree with him. Perfect. Okay, let's find out the answer then.
Okay, so the right answer is green and orange.
Green and orange?
Yeah.
So the young lady was right.
Yes, of course.
Wow!
Applause. Perfect. Why is that?
I think for the good results, they can receive their certificates after the workshop.
Of course.
They followed very well what we said.
I'm very proud of this audience. They are just nailing it. So really, really good. Okay, so for the rolling part is finished. And now we are going to move on to the CCS part and ask you an additional questions. So let's go for the next part. Okay. And I hope you have been paying attention because it's a trick question. How many sets of specifications are in the Appendix A of the CCS TSI 2023-1695? Set of specifications, that's the key question. Okay, so the lady first and then the gentleman here. One.
It's not 5, huh?
Okay. Four. There was an answer here. Only one? Only one set of specifications, are you sure? Are you really, really sure? We will see. What's your answer there?
3.
3.
Okay.
No, it's only one. It's only one set of specifications. David, why is it only one?
Well, because there is a cross there. No, thing is that...
Wow, we have female railway power in this room.
Yes.
There is only one set of specifications, but it's true that the other 3 sets of specification can still be used according to the transition regime. So there is only one set of specifications, but it's allowed, the other set of specifications are allowed to be used until the transition period expires. Exactly. And well, for the trackside it's a little bit different because that's another thing, but that's for the advanced training, okay?
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much. Let's move on. Next question. Okay, so now here's a nice one. How many are the onboard ETCS system versions envelopes in the CCS TSI 2023-1695? So, 2, system version 2.2 and system version 3.0. 3, system version 2.1, 2.2, and 3.0. 1, just system version 3.0. Or 3, baseline 2.30D, baseline 3, release 2, and baseline 4, release 1. It's a tricky one. This is for the really hardcore CCS ERTMS users. Oh, the ladies again.
Yes.
Let's go for it. So.
I think the 2, Yeah. Because second one also, but 3-0 also. I don't recall others.
In my opinion, the blue answer is correct one.
You might be on the blue one. The blue one, okay. The blue one is a little bit more complicated.
Any other opinion from the ladies here?
Yeah, we think blue is correct.
So they're really betting on the blue.
The gentleman here?
You think 3? Which is 3? The blue. Okay, so there's a bit of consensus here with the blue. Anybody else wishes to disagree or agree with the blue? No?
Well,
blue. Blue, of course. Let's see what the answer is then.
This is not about democracy, but it's true that it's the blue one. Okay, those are the system versions that are specified in the new CCS TSI. Remember that we left something out of it regarding the reduced envelope. Okay, so good. Well. Next one.
Okay, so which functionality is not introduced by the CCS TSI 2023-1695? Enhanced positioning, supervised maneuvers, modular architecture, or ATO grade of automation 2. So which one is not part of the new TSI? Red one. You say enhanced position is not a part of the TSI. He is not, and he is very, very certain. But is he correct? Is he correct or not? What about here in the back?
ATO.
So you say that ATO is not introduced in the CCS TSI. Okay. But we did cover it on the slides, guys. That was on the slides, actually, we presented. The younger generation over there. The CCS wannabe guys and ladies.
Raise your voice.
Honestly, I have no idea, but probably red, in my opinion.
Probably red. Okay, so you go with the very experienced gentleman over there, okay? Enhanced positioning.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're right.
Yeah, they should hit the casino today. Huh?
They should. You should. Actually, if you but seriously, after this workshop, you should definitely go and play in the casino.
Just send me a number. I will put everything on that.
Yeah, and you are very right. I mean, supervised maneuvers is included. It's a new mode in ETCS. Modular architecture is part of the new TSI. And of course, David explained, the ATO has been introduced.
Yeah, well, there are some subsets.
There are subsets on ATO.
Describing ATO grid of automation too. Supervised maneuvers, it's true that I didn't say during the presentation, but it's a new mode, a new TCS mode. And, well, modular architecture was on the slides. I also didn't say that. But enhanced positioning, it's an ongoing project. It's a research and development project, and it's an ongoing project, which is not in the specifications.
That still requires a question for Eva. Do you intend to include enhanced positioning?
Yeah, that's the intention. That's why there is that project ongoing, which is funded by the European Commission and the EU. And the thing is that it's not mature enough to be considered for the next, at least at the time being, for the next TSI.
The first draft is already more than 10 years old.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
we are not well positioned yet.
No, no. Anyway, since we are on the question seat, so maybe we can get an answer also from Marek. During the error correction process, which of these steps is the responsibility of the infrastructure manager? Implementing the necessary corrections to the interoperable constituents, publish in the NIP the forecast for the correction of the errors, perform the compatibility analysis of the errors, identify the errors from the baseline compatibility assessment that may prevent normal service in the network.
Who has the answer?
Read it carefully, because this is about error corrections. There were some questions about error corrections not so long ago. We talked a bit about it.
Yes.
She knew the question. Huh? That's why she asked.
Orange one?
Orange one. Why is that?
Yeah, I like the color.
You like orange, that's fine, that's perfectly acceptable. But a bit more fundamental than that. Let's see why. Why do you say orange?
Other questions fits to this answer fits to this question.
Sorry, can you?
Exactly. I just reduce the other answers as not possible to be true.
Okay, so you go by exclusion, so
Yeah,
all the
by
other ones are
exclusion.
ridiculous, and that's the one that kind of fits the message, right?
And I'm not sure what is in the blue one, published the NIP. What is the NIP?
National Implementation
National
Plan.
Plan. Ah, okay, sorry.
Okay, so orange. Okay, orange.
Thank you.
We have got an orange. Anybody else? Everybody goes for orange? Nobody likes green? No? Nobody's a supporter of green color?
Well, it's true, it's orange. Very
Well done.
Very well, very well.
Well done. Okay, so we talked about transition regimes, and the next one is the transition regime facilitates the request of derogations, indicates which new provisions of the CCS TSI 2023-1695 are applicable and by when, is only applicable to onboard subsystem implementation, or describes which system version needs to be implemented for trains that require a new authorization. So this is about transition regime, and we talked a bit about it in the generic TSIs, and we talked a bit on the CCS as well.
I believe it's a blue answer.
You believe it's the blue answer. Why is that?
Because I believe it.
Because you, strong believer.
I restricted.
This is,
He's a believer.
or maybe somebody has actually attended or watched the Budapest workshop and knows the answers. No? Still credit for you guys. What about here, Marek?
Blue one.
Blue one. So Marek goes for blue one. Shall I even attempt the younger generation out there? No, one is left already. My God, I've put him under too much pressure, so I will not do that. Sorry? He went off to the... But the luck is only finished when we finish the quiz. He will not get... Hey, he's back. You see? He's back. There he is. Okay.
Lost it all.
Let's give the answer. So, and it is indeed blue. It is indeed blue.
It's blue.
Bravo.
Very well.
Okay. Will the CCS TSI be amended? Because a lot of people were asking, when are you going to go through the CCS TSI again and include this, this, and this? So will it ever be amended? No, because we deserve some rest. I mean, we are all tired and want to go home. Yes, those people from the system pillar will change it. Yes, there are many open points to be closed. So we need to do some work, perhaps. Or yes, according to the European Commission request and following the system pillar inputs. So, what's the right answer? Aaron needs to rest.
We have heard that there is only one open point, not many.
Okay, and the answer is?
Well, give me a chance to read. One moment.
Okay, so he's going to have a chance to read. What about here, in the back? Let's hear from you. Dorothea, can you give it a microphone?
New favorite color.
New favorite color.
Green.
You're going for green?
Also.
Orange.
Orange and green. There's green and orange. Who goes for green? There is only one open point, the gentleman says.
So the young generation?
Well, you can try.
Definitely orange.
Definitely take orange. Well, if you say definitely, then I want to know why.
We need to make one system on all of the countries of the European Union.
Yes, and more importantly than that, remember what we told about ERA. So we actually, our boss is the European Commission. Okay, so we guide you through the TSIs, but we don't actually own them. So, David?
It's red. Yeah, it's orange. Yeah, right now we have delivered this recommendation to the European Commission. And as I said, an internal process of the European Commission has already been triggered. And, we'll see this year if the amendment will be accepted. And then, of course, the future versions of the CCS TSI will follow the same principle: recommendation and then approval. But I wish it was red.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. And yes, by all means. So now we still have a few minutes, and if there are any additional questions that you'd like to ask our team of experts while we are still here, there's still some time to answer any pending questions from the audience. The ones online, we will, if not yet answered, we will provide an answer to you once we go back to our offices and we have some time to actually go through them and give you a proper answer. But for here in the audience, we can actually take some if you have it. If not, then our experts will be available, and you can always contact us via the Academy email.
Okay, that's an open space. So is ERA working on hydrogen propulsion? Hydrogen propulsion. Are you working on that topic? We do have 3 or 4 train producers that are offering hydrogen vehicles.
Thank you for this question. We are starting working on hydrogen propulsion. It's indeed a topic in the list that we received from the Commission last summer. Because now that the TSI package 23 has been adopted, the Commission has sent us a new list with a new series of topics for future TSIs, for which we have to make a recommendation in December 26, and another one in December 28. So hydrogen propulsion and other types of propulsion, like traction batteries, for example, is a topic that we have to cover for a TSI revision in 2028. We have started discussing with manufacturers, with some research projects. The general feeling now is that it is a bit early for introducing TSI requirements. It will be probably during the years 2026, 27, 28 maybe. There are standards in development. Some standards will be available by the end of the year. We need to find the right balance between waiting too long and having diverging solutions, two diverging solutions, and starting to put TSI requirements too early and hindering the innovation. So at the moment, the discussions we have, and we had discussion with several manufacturers involved in different projects, in general, the general feeling is that it's too early to do something. Probably in 27, we will create a specific working group on that, and then we will start developing harmonized requirements to cover, in particular, the interface between the fixed installation and the rolling stock, because that's something where, for sure, interoperability is impacted. And the feeling of a hydrogen tank is not as easy as the feeling of a diesel tank. So there will probably be something, at least on this aspect, but nothing before the TSI 29, probably. We have a presentation, if you are interested, to show the main topics of the next TSI request from the Commission. If you like, I can make this presentation quickly. Hein?
Okay.
On joue ça? On fait ça?
We can do it later. We can send it to them.
Okay.
Okay.
So you will have an overview of the way we work and what we will do for 26 and for 28.
Yeah.
It's a short one.
It's a short one, okay.
Okay, so as I said, we have received a request from the Commission in last summer to revise the TSIs. So these are few slides from the Commission that I copy here to explain the background of the request. So what are the goals that the Commission wants to achieve? First, on the right side, to continue completing the single European railway area. That's really the key objective since more than 20 years now. To have clearer requirements in the TSI and more transparent requirements. To reduce the complexity, to simplify the TSI, I think I mentioned it yesterday already. There is also a topic on accessibility. Since the PRM TSI in 2008, there's been no real further improvement, so we have to put an effort on accessibility. To reduce the cost of the railway system and to uptake the innovation. We mentioned several times System Pillar and Europe's Rail. So Europe's Rail is a big research project, and System Pillar is the interface of this big research project with us. This is the main interface. So these are the key objectives. The Commission has developed a multi-annual request for us with two deadlines. December 26 for a recommendation focusing on key topics. December 28 for another recommendation with more topics covered. So they tried to make a clear request with really objective, with a time frame, because the previous request from 2020 resulting in the TSI's 2023 was a bit unclear. So there are two time frames, as I said, 26 and 28. So it's the first time they do a request for multi-annual delivery of recommendations. How do they define? So the topics for 26 are the most urgent ones. You see topics like FRMCS, for example, or the DAC, the preliminary specification of the DAC. There are mid-term deliverables for 28 that are less urgent, but that are covering topics that should be sometime in the TSI. And then there are topics for after 2030 that are long-term deliverable for topics that are really at the earliest stage of research at the moment. So you see the number of topics for each recommendation. It's not a few topics. So for 2026, we have 11. We have 50 for 2028 and 25 beyond 2030. This is the categorization by year. And now we have the categorization by topic. So there are three categories of topics. The first one is completing the single European railway area. So this is the biggest one, with many requests for further harmonization on accessibility, for example, on the layout of the cabin, for example, or on many things that they expect further harmonization from our side. Here you see the column is divided in two. There is the blue part and the green part. The green part is the topic for which we expect inputs from the research project Europe Rail. So you see that in that case, for 9 topics out of 34, there will be some inputs we will receive from the research in order to implement them in the TSI. The second column, the smallest one with 11 topics, is better regulation. So better regulation, it's improving the TSI from a formal perspective, checking that all requirements are in the good TSI, avoiding to duplicate the requirements, reviewing all interoperability constituents to see if they are appropriate or if they should not be interoperability constituent. Also assessing if there is a need for more constituents. All this is a better regulation. And the column on the right is the innovation uptake. So here most of the topics depend on the research project, like it's the case for hydrogen propulsion or traction batteries, introduction of composite material in the structure of car bodies and things like that. So how do we process these requests? Well, who are the actors of the revision? I think it's interesting also to mention that the TSIs, they do not come just from the agency or from the Commission. They are elaborated with many actors. First, of course, there are the European institutions and European bodies like the DG Move for the Commission and us. I also put Sensenelec in the European bodies because they are mostly financed by EU. Sensenelec, we are in close contact also with them in order to review all the standards that are published and to assess the need to refer to this new standard or not. And Europe's Rail, as I said, it's a big, this big research project co-financed by the Commission for approximately 50% and by the industry for another 50%, with a total budget of 1.4 billion euro, I think, and that will really provide a lot of input. Member states are also involved in the revision. They are involved through the NSA, because the NSA, they participate to our working parties and to our working groups. They contribute, they give their opinion on the draft, etc. They are involved through the members of the Railway Interoperability and Safety Committee, because the TSI, at the end of the process, is voted by the representative of member states. So if a majority of member states is against a new TSI, the TSI will not be adopted. So it's also our task and the task of the Commission to ensure that we have sufficient support to a new draft to ensure that it will be adopted at the end by the risk committee. And I put also the national investigation body that sometimes after analysis of accidents, they have some recommendations, some requests to adapt the TSI, to add something, etc. So this is the second part, the member state. The sector is also represented. Sector is represented through the representative bodies. So the representative bodies are 13 different organizations that are active at European level, like UNIFE, for example, for the manufacturers, CER for the railway undertaking and some infrastructure manager, EIM for other infrastructure manager. There are also representative bodies for wagon keepers, for public transport operators, for notified bodies. So in total, 13 organizations that we invite also to all our working parties and working groups. We can also invite from the sector independent experts. For example, representative of UIC. UIC is not a representative body, but UIC can be invited when we discuss combined transport, for example, or when we discuss composite brake blocks, because many of the a lot of expertise also belongs to the UIC and to the IRS documents. And in some cases, we can also invite users, like passenger organizations, in particular when we discuss about accessibility requirements in the PRM TSI. So all these actors, they are involved in the process. Well, you have the list of all representative bodies here on the left. The National Safety Authority, the experts, independent experts, users, they are involved in the working parties. So in the working party, TSI is discussed, an amendment is proposed. When the amendment is ready, we make a consultation, a wider consultation on our website, and we get other inputs from other associations, from individuals sometimes, from companies, etc. We get the inputs. We may amend the text, and then we deliver a recommendation to the Commission. So we recommend to the Commission to adopt an amendment as we drafted it. The Commission, they can do what they want with our recommendations. They can propose it as it is for the adoption. They can also decide to change it, to amend it, etc. And they submit it to the opinion of the members of the committee, that are the member states. Member states are voting. The rule is qualified majority, so it's not just having 50% plus one vote. It's qualified majority, so I think 66% of member states representing a certain percentage of the population. And when it is adopted, then it becomes a regulation that is applicable to all the subsystems covered by the TSI in question. So it's quite a long process, and that's the reason why also sometimes it takes some time before we can implement some changes in the TSI. So until 2019, we worked with the principle to have one working party working on one TSI. So this was okay at that time because, as I said, during all these years until 2019, we had to create the TSIs. We had to extend the scope to the conventional rail, to extend the scope then to the complete EU network, then to adapt the TSIs to the fourth railway package. So it was okay to work that way. But since 2020, we work differently because we consider that the TSIs now, they are mature. We don't need to revise them fully from A to Z. We just need to adapt them to new topics and to correct them or improve them when necessary. So we have a much lower number of working parties. We have only 5 working parties now. We have a working party specific on CCS TSI because it is sufficient. One working party is fully dedicated to CCS TSI. We have one working party working on OPE TSI because OPE TSI is also gathering a lot of inputs. And I put here in a bit shaded because it's not the complete OPE TSI that is managed by this working party. There can be inputs also from the next TSI working party. So we have the TAP-TAF also working party on TAP and TAF TSI, and we have one working party for all the other TSIs and for OPE for some topics. So all the TSIs related to fixed installation and rolling stock, energy, infrastructure, lock and pass, wagon, noise, PRM, safety in railway tunnel, they are managed by a single working party. So it's also easier for some NSAs to participate to this single working party because before there was one working party for one TSI, so it required a lot of resources to participate to all these working parties. Now we have fewer, so we expect more participation. And there is a working party on the register of infrastructure. And when necessary, we create a specific working group. So I think we mentioned it also during this meeting. This morning you mentioned the working group on ESC, RSC, or on trackside engineering rules. So these are specific topical working group. We have a specific working group on the DAC. We have a working group on operational harmonization. We have a working group on platform train interface, because as I said, it's also a priority from the Commission for the next revision to put some focus on accessibility. And the real deficiency in PRM TSI at the moment is the interface between the platform and the train, because in the PRM TSI it is still possible to have up to 4 steps to access to a train, so which is for association of disabled person not really acceptable. We have a working group on train detection. We mentioned it also with Nordin and with David that it's also a topic on which we need to progress because there are many diverging national rules, many national systems. So if we want to harmonize, we need to put some stress on that. We have a working group on standards. We have a working group on special vehicles. Really, we create these working groups of smaller size for a limited duration and to focus on one subject, even if this subject covers several TSI. Like special vehicle, it covers lock and pass, wagon, possibly CCS. We had a working group on combined transport that is now closed, that had input for the OPE TSI, for the register of infrastructure, for infrastructure TSI, wagon TSI. So working with this principle of transversal working group, it's good because we can cover a topic for all the TSIs. And that we will do the same for hydrogen trains, for example. We will have a working group focusing on hydrogen train that may input the infrastructure TSI, lock and pass, maybe operation, register of infrastructure, etc. So let's come to the topics of the revision. So for December 26, we have so a fewer topics. I didn't put everything because the list in total, I think there are 80 different lines. So I did not put everything, but the most significant. So the first one is about train detection. There will be no unique authorization for coaches until we have solved the issue of train detection for those coaches. So we are working on that. We have a topic on the safety of loading for semi-trailers. This is a consequence of the accident on the Great Bell Bridge in Denmark, which I mentioned yesterday. There is a topic on the PRM TSI, which is about the national implementation plan that needs to be revised by member states. There is a topic on the digital automatic coupler, but in the TSI 26, it will just be preliminary. It will not fully cover the specification of the DAC. It will just be a preliminary for the authorization of the pioneering trains, so those 100 trains that are planned to operate with the DAC during some years. The implementation of FRMCS, cybersecurity is a topic for 26, but as I said, we don't know yet if there will be something in the TSI. We will probably create a specific working group on that. And a topic on digitalization of infrastructure information. So this is quite quite important. Some others for 28, harmonization of the driver's cabin, the improvement of the platform train interface. So this is a difficult one because it's something that's very costly to improve the platform train interface. Many platforms are still very low. So this is something for which we will have to make a solid analysis and a solid impact assessment. We have a topic about the inclusion of the 1520 network in the TSI. So this is relevant here in Poland. There are few open points in the lock and pass at the moment about the 1520 network. And in the wagon TSI, it is excluded from the scope. So we have to consider this for the next revision in 28. We have the special vehicles. So Nordin mentioned it yesterday. We need to improve what's in the TSI lock and pass and in the TSI wagon, because the objective is that after 28, the TSIs become mandatory for all special vehicles. Voila, we have the closing of the open points on aerodynamic, fire containment system for category B trains. We have the improvement of the TSI, improve the text, as I said, remove the duplication, review the interoperability constituent, etc. In 28, we need to have all the specifications for the DAC and alternative fuel and energy saving. So it's about fuel cells, hydrogen, etc. And for CCS, a few other topics about the evolution of the CCS TSI, harmonization of engineering rule for trackside, onboard modularity. It was already included in the package 23, but further development for the onboard modularity. The advanced safe train positioning, so the answer to the question that was raised a few minutes ago, harmonized operational rule, etc. So this is our roadmap for 26, 28, and beyond, because there are also topics for after. Voilà. So next TSI package, there will be TSI amendments. We have amendments coming for the wagon TSI, for the lock and pass TSI, but they are very focused on one point. The next significant TSI amendments will be in 27 or 28. It depends on how long it takes to the Commission to process our recommendation. And the next big package will be in 29 or 2030. Again, it depends on how long the Commission takes to process our recommendation. Voilà. I don't know if you have some question on this presentation.
Any questions? Okay. So the microphone is.
You assume some requirements for cybersecurity in December 2026. According to the Cyber Resilience Act, member states are required to appoint the notified bodies and verify their competence before December 2026.
Yes, but again,
I just wonder how they will accept the competences of the notified bodies in that respect.
There are notified bodies for the CRA. There are notified bodies for railways. They are not necessarily the same notified body. You see, it's not expected that, unless a notified body from railway decides to become a notified body for the Cyber Resilience Act, then they will apply according to the Act and get notified according to the Act to make assessment according to the Act.
The Cyber Resilience Act says that cybersecurity measures are defined per the scope. So it expects the railway ones to be available. That's really a challenge.
Yeah. Yes, but again, if we decide eventually that there is nothing specific in the TSI, it will not prevent the applicants to demonstrate when they apply for a vehicle authorization that they have considered the Cybersecurity Act, which is applicable in itself. It does not need to be in a TSI to be applicable. If we conclude with our working group that the regulation is sufficient as it is, like for the exhaust gas emission regulation, there is nothing in the TSI. But still, the applicant needs to demonstrate that they have complied to this. It may be, I don't say it will be, it may be, because the discussion is just starting. You see the process we have to put in place. It takes time. We are thinking about creating a specific group on that, maybe during spring, to start discussing. For us, the deadline is recommendation 26. Okay? So, during this period of time, the Cyber Resilience Act will apply. The applicant will have to demonstrate that it has applied it, and that's it.
Any more questions from the audience before we wrap up? I think we're done. No? Okay, so before wrapping up this workshop, I would like to first of all, thank all of you for participating here today. It was really our pleasure, and for the very active participation with lots of questions and addressing our experts. Before disappearing and saying goodbye, I would like to invite to the stage for some quick words Mr. Pavel Rafalski from UTK to give some final words to us. A round of applause for Pavel.
Good afternoon, everyone. For me, it's more fluent to speak Polish, and I speak Polish some words to you. Na wstępie chciałbym bardzo podziękować całemu.
I would like to thank the whole team of the agency for organizing this workshop, for sharing the knowledge that you have, sharing it over the 2 days. Together with the Academy team, we had this opportunity to plan our future activities, and today I would already like to invite you to another event, which will be in the second half of June during our presidency of the and we would like also these experts to be available during our fair in Gdańsk, and agency is also planning security days in Kraków later on this year. So there will be quite a few opportunities for us to get together. It will be definitely more that opportunities that we've had so far, and for that I would really like to thank the agency. I would like to thank all the participants for their active 2 days and welcome you to future events. Thank you.
To UTK, and we're also proud to be here. It's an initiative of our Academy that is bringing all this dissemination and clarifications and trainings and a whole panoply of events to you. If you enjoyed our stay here, please provide us feedback via the appropriate means. And now it's time to go home. So big thank you to all of you, and a big thanks for your participation here today. Thank you so much.
Tradycyjnie prosimy o zwrot urządzeń do tłumaczenia, Szanowni Państwo. Dziękuję uprzejmie.